No one is to sit at the back there, eh? Kere. Yeah. Okay, for those of you that have just come in, if you were not here yesterday, we have a USP Wi-Fi that's also available for the Japan ICT Theater, right? And these are the login details for the USP Wi-Fi. For those of you who are just coming in today, eh? All right, na login details ngaya USP Entrepreneur 2021 and the password. All right, so once you log into USP Wi-Fi, or if you have your own data, right? Some of you will be just using your own data, right? You can just log into it automatically, yeah? And then, tambah na Attendify. Go to Play Store, Play Store, then put in Attendify. Look for the Attendify app, right? Once you get the Attendify app, and then you can search for the USP Entrepreneurial Fair 2021. Ya kona program ko di tungo. Menanti ko menanoa meneda menabarombuka, eh? Right? The reason is I want you to get access to this app because we have all the information on the app. Okay, you don't have that phone, well, too bad, that's your problem, eh? I'm going to university, yeah? You must have a phone like this, eh? All right? And lastly, before we start, we will be giving out some prizes today, eh? But the questions are going to be posted on the app. For a chance for you to win that prize, you have to be very fast in posting the answer. I'm testing wala nga nominati kongo. Eh? All right. Are you following every little presentation that's taking place, or you probably might be sleeping? All right. Right. For a chance for you to win a prize, we will post up a question here towards the end of the session. Eh? Matata. All right. So we'll just wait for that group there to come in before we start. Eh? Kim ni lagay lang kami po lago may ni kuwa, nasing ni kuwa, na ko nga ko to kaya sa imbilitaki. Kaya ba ni binatin doon ka ni bitaronga. Naka, thank you very much. We have our first speaker for this afternoon, Mrs. Api Kurisinga, from a village in the Rewa province. Yeah. Api has been engaged in entrepreneurial activity in small business development for quite some time. Yeah, not only business in Angola, she's actually marketing herbal medicine to markets in the US and of course in the markets in Asia as well. Eh? And Api, we'd like to welcome you today on behalf of the Vice Chancellor of the University of the South Pacific. We'd like to welcome you and hear some of the challenges that you had gone through in establishing your company, Lapita Fiji. A round of applause for Api Kurisinga, please. Yeah. Oh, you can just use that one.
The story of my journey is to connect you. The meaning of me standing here is to be able to connect you to your new journey after this week. Okay? To connect you to your new journey after this week. And hopefully you have created a mind shift at the end of 5 days. It is not meant to correct you. What you're currently doing is okay. My story is to impact you at the end of my presentation. And more, and probably confront our fear. My name is Apikuru Singa. I'm from a village called Tavi in northern Rewa. I have been running my business for the last 14 years while I was working. I just retired last December. The reason why I wanted to start a business was to prepare myself that when I come home, at the end of my working life, I will be able to look after myself. I will not rely on anyone to look after myself. I will not bother my children to look after myself. Because if I bother my children, they cannot run their future. So I grew up in a family that ran a business when I was born. My job when I was small, I used to pick eggs every morning before I go to school. We used to milk cows. We bundle fish. We clean the shop. We pack for our little canteen at home. I don't know how my father did it, because my father went as far as class 8. So I wanted to tell you that there is a difference between an entrepreneur and a business person. There is a difference. A business person needs money to start a business. An entrepreneur identifies opportunity better and turns trash or what they have on their backyard to money. I've always wanted to run a business, but I was so afraid of failing, so I didn't know how my father did it. I worked at the university. That was my very first job in 1976. Then I worked as a senior business development manager for the Australian Trade Commission to help Australians find market for their product in the Pacific for 28 years. But I was still afraid to run my business. I was afraid of failing. I was afraid of failing. So in 1989, I went to Australia with my husband. We went for a food fair. And whilst we were going through, because I had a program to do, I went to visit a number of consolidators. A consolidator is someone who doesn't make anything. What they do is they connect people to make a sale. So we went to this particular consolidator that works with farmers in Australia that grow apples, grow pears, grows oranges. And all that the farmers have to do is to keep farming because they're skillful at it. They don't have to worry about marketing their products. After seeing about 3 consolidators on this visit, we were determined, me and my husband, that we were going to play a role of a consolidator when we come back home. We got back home. My husband spoke to one of his cousins in Kandavu, who is a beekeeper, and we bought 1 bucket of honey. We started our business in 1989 with 1 bucket of honey valued at $75. We had to learn so many things about starting a business. We had to find out where we can buy bottles, who is going to make our labels, who do we sell to. So we had to be informed. We used to go to supermarkets and actually see the honey that was coming from Australia. It was coming from Australia at that time. How do they label So in business, we need to be informed. We need to learn so many things. And I think within the first 3 years, we changed our bottles, we changed our labels, we changed so many things. That is part of growing. From that business, we decided that because we are not farmers, we have to have a range of items that we need to sell as a consolidator. So we started to learn to make virgin coconut oil. Oh boy, it was hard work. It was hard work. Then we engaged a mentor from New Zealand who came home and told us, at our age, we should not be doing that. Maybe we should just look for somebody who is making oil and pack it in our label. So that's what we did. We started looking for people that make virgin coconut oil. This is the journey that we took. We are running with honey. Now we are coming with virgin coconut oil. Then my brother-in-law went to Madhuwata and found out that there was a couple in Madhuwata that was doing noni juice, kura juice, and it was an export-rated product. So we thought, okay, we will go with that. That was our third product. We wanted to work in the well-being space. We wanted to work with people in Fiji. We wanted to work with a product that doesn't require too much promoting. Everyone in Fiji knows honey. Everyone in Fiji knows virgin coconut oil. Everyone in Fiji knows noni juice. So we moved to making bottled lailaya. Remember, we don't make anything. We just work with people that do it. We bring it in, we pack it, we label, and we look for the market. I was working on my strength as a marketer. The fifth product we have was we worked with the women that live in the Hart settlement for them to make our soap. That was the fifth product. There is so many things you have to learn about business. There is so much competition out there. Something that I found out when I came out to do my business is it's not as easy as it looks. Nobody shares information to you. So you need to look for your own information to be able to grow. One thing that I wanted to share is to, and really probably bring to light the fact that entrepreneurs keep innovating what they're doing. I'm so happy with COVID. I don't know about you, but I was able to find 3 new export markets during COVID last year. I'm now able to export to the US, I'm now able to export to Japan, and I'm now able to export to New Zealand. So, another thing that I'm doing right now is coaching women in business. I was so happy that the government had taught so many people in Fiji how to be a beekeeper, how to make virgin coconut oil, how to make soap. So I thought, what is missing here is the soft skills of business. Everybody needs soft skills of business to do their business correctly, to be able to grow to the next level of your business. And this is why I say that entrepreneurs keep innovating what they're doing. I need help here. My story is to help you make money last And I think that is something that we need to learn when we run our business. We have to stop that leakage. There's too many leakage in our business. 3 things to remember for people that are already running their businesses or starting to thinking of doing their business is to reduce your expenses. Reduce your expenses. The second thing is to make more of whatever you're doing that sells well. And thirdly, increase your prices. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. So, what is an entrepreneurial mindset? The mindset is very important in doing your business. The mindset. It has to shift from whatever you used to do to the new place you want to be. So if you have been facing this way, you need to go this way. It's a total shift. It's a total shift. My code for entrepreneurship is MASK. M, the total shift of the mind. A, the total shift of the attitude. The attitude starts to change. You start to ask a different question when you see somebody. The story that you tell is going to be different. The questions that you're asking your friend that used to come to you and tell you and kakasi to you is going to be different. Okay? So making the most of everything that you have at home. I remembered when I first started, I told you that an entrepreneur can identify opportunities better and be able to change whatever they have available to them to turn into money. Overcome and learn from your setbacks. Okay? During the time of the hurricane, I went to my friend's village and I found out that there were so many trees on the ground. There were so many coconut trees on the ground too. So they were busy trying to wait for the food that is coming from the government to feed them. I was busy making sasa. I was picking all the weed so that I can make jam. I was starting to chop firewood. So try and look at things like that because it helps you to change the way you think. Live in the moment, okay? Succeed in a variety of settings that you have. When you do that, your mind is usually in a positive mode, okay? Being positive, you're able to persuade people, you self-motivate yourself, and you can motivate people that are with you. You're flexible, and you take ownership of what you have. You even take ownership of the problem that you have. Oops. Oops. Developing a mindset of an entrepreneur. It's wanting to be successful. When I started in 1989, I never thought that I will ever be successful. And I don't even know if where I am right now is called successful. The want to do it. So you choose your battles. You choose your battles, especially your emotional battles. Because sometimes emotional battles can really get you down. Avoid stress. One thing I wanted to share. When you wanted to run a business, you have to be well. You cannot afford to be sick when you run a business. Look after your health. Stay in the moment. I used to listen to people talking. You know, you see 3 or 4 friends talking. They're usually talking about the past. And sometimes when you want to change the way they think, it doesn't work with them. Live in the present and the future. The other thing I wanted to say is, we are here. If we want to get to the next level, we have to mix with people that are a little bit up here. If we are mixing with the same people that we used to mix with 5 years ago, last year, we will never go up, because the content of the conversation remains the same. Mix with people that are here. I remembered Sammy saying, please get to the person next to you and ask them, what are they doing? You have to come out of your comfort zone. You have to be able to talk about your business. You have to be able to tell them, hey, I've got a 2-minute speech where I can promote my business. You know, I am so-and-so, I do this. The problem with us, we usually say, I run a small business, just a small business. No business is small. That business has to grow. Value the people around you, because your friend that is sitting next to you today may be somebody that you need right now to grow to the next level. Hello, Salote, I just see you. Keep trying, keep trying. If things don't work, keep trying. Celebrate success. Celebrate success. It's very, very important to celebrate success. Que mudou? Sawadede na kango. Why is it important? Okay? It just helps develop your confidence to do what you're doing. So I think when you are here today, you will have the courage to be able, even when you go out to have your coffee, be able to talk to people about who you are, where you are in your journey to do business. That helps you to be able to set your goals and find ways to achieve it. Have a cluster of people. Don't sit around the same people that you came with. Maybe before you go out today, meet 3 or 4 people before you go out. Get their contacts. Find out what they're doing. Okay? Entrepreneurship helps you to close doors that should be closed. There are certain doors in our life that we need to close. And there are certain doors in our life that needs to open. There may be somebody who's sitting next to you that will open that door for you. I was saying that we need to be informed. When I started my business, it was not easy to find out what I need. Because like I say, a lot of people that I thought that would help me, even though I worked in an area where I knew what is required in Fiji for business, people are not willing to share what they know. I am really hoping that people in Fiji will stop doing that. We need to grow together. We need to grow together. A lot of people don't like to share information. They are so gung-ho about what they have. I was asking one of my friends, can you come and show these women how to make soap? He said, no, I can't do that, because that's my bread and butter. Okay. Knowing how to create new opportunities. I was telling you, during the hurricane, I was able to find out, I made about 36 sasa broom when I came out from my friend's village. I was giving it to my cousin, my tavale, my mbumbu, all have one. Okay? So creating that opportunity, when you find something that is there, like during the hurricane, there's so many iwi that fallen off trees, so many guava, you can be making jam, you know? There's so much weed that's on the ground. What can you do with it? In September last year, I went to Nandi to see some women out there. And I had about 15 women that used to fly with Fiji Airways. Something that I found out, remember the principles that I have, which is mask? I told you about the shift in the mindset. The A is to change the attitude that you have. The S is learning a new skill. Learning a new skill. When we work, we thought that door is not going to close. When we work, we thought this work is going to take me till 55 or 65 when I want to finish. You never know when that door closes. Always learn another skill. Always, always learn another skill. And that is something that I found out from the ladies that I met in Nandi who were working in hotels and flying with Fiji Airways. They were not looking at the future. They were not prepared just in case this door closes, what do I do? So the S is the skill. Learn another skill. Learn another skill. Whether you cook, you bake, you make jams, you weave, all those things are very important to us. Always celebrate our so-called failures because we tried it and it didn't work. I had a number of things that I did that didn't work, but it told me never to touch it again. Now I know why I should never touch it again, because I've proved it to myself that I cannot do it. And it's really appreciating the fact that yes, you tried it and it didn't work. So I better move on now. It's confirming to myself, I tried it, now I can move on. Whatever you do, never lose the passion. I know that during COVID, I was not able to sell so many things that I have at home to the local market. I supplied to Kundan Singh, I supplied to a number of supermarkets, but because the demand was not there, the volume of sales for my product was low during last year. But I kept working on pushing on, but I never realized that there may be somebody out there who's interested overseas. The mindset is just so important for us. Because sometimes when we fail, we keep talking about our failure. When anyone asks you about your business, the first thing that you say is how you didn't do well. Always have a number of opportunities in your pocket where you can pull it up and try it. Remember, logic will bring you from A to B. Your imagination and innovation will take you from A to B and to anywhere else you want to go. So the mindset is very, very important. The entrepreneurship learning is 80-20. I went to visit my sister last week, and I saw that she was weaving. I keep talking, she keeps weaving. She keeps weaving. So I was telling her, come away from where you are. Sometimes when we do a business, our head is always down doing whatever we're doing. We're in the engine room all the time. You don't want to leave it because you think, if I go and do that, this thing I cannot meet my target. Come out of the engine room, go to the deck, look out and see what your dream is, your target. You need to do that every so often. It's very important for us. We need to get away. Make a scone. Ask 3 new friends to come and have tea with you, and ask them to bring an idea with them. They're not bringing anything, they just bring an idea. Okay? So change the way we meet, change the way we think, change the way we think. What can we do now? What can we do now? Information is power. Information is power. Learn the business world. Learn the workforce that you are in. Learn the composition of your family and know them well. And sometimes we have to learn about ourselves. And you know what? Our children give us the best SWOT analysis of who we are. look at diversification to help you rethink of your journey. Look at diversification to tell you what else is there that I may not have seen. And then moving forward, one step at a time. An entrepreneur identifies opportunity better. I coach women that are under microfinance, the South Pacific Business Development. And when I coach them, I'd like to go to their homes, because what they say in their piece of paper might be wrong. So I go to their respective homes. I wanted to see the support systems that they have. And when I go to their home, I am able to identify the opportunities that they do not even get to see. So I would say to Susana, reda mantea, na niwe sina itu ya, iko boleh take chika na market. Na niwe arani kau na market. Iko ko chika mebe na boli. Oh, senga dona turanga mele singa to kondo ko chika mebe na boli. Yo Susana, senga chika ni reda na do we tu ina na matani vale. Na new, na bu, na passion fruit. Awa tukuna na nongu waseli, wa tukuna bango, stop the bucket from leaking. So if you want to stop that, you will have to create something else to make money. It takes someone from outside to identify what you have in your backyard that you can turn into money. You don't get to see it. Get somebody to come and see it for you. So now Susana is very happy. Susana is now making sure that whatever she grows on her backyard is able to buy things for her at home. So the money for business stays in the business, and what she has on her backyard is what she will buy for her home. I talked about the SWOT analysis that your children may have to give you. Most times they talk about the truth about you because you don't know your weaknesses. Sometimes you can't even identify the strengths you have. So when the children and your family understand that you are running a business, they will be part of that. So when I go and coach, I bring the family together. I need to understand what they do to help women that are there. So it's very important for us to talk to our children, our husbands, the members of our family, to understand what we wanted to do and the part that they can play to make us grow. Planning of smart goals, goals that you know that you will achieve. You know, you can have short goals up till June. Okay, I wanted to be able to register my business, get a TIN number. So work at something like that. Work at something like that. Oh, I see my hairdresser. Bula. Make sure that the money that you have takes you till the next time you will have whatever money that you will get. Okay? So that can only happen when you are able to find other ways to make money. Okay? I'm an admin for the Vevoli Vakawe Tuke, and I see so many people doing new things. And it's so nice. It's so nice. This is a time when we've really moved to another level of business. Bularingi. Just make sure that the needs that you have may be the needs for your home. It's not the need for your business. Okay? The want that you have is probably the want that you have. It's not the want for the business. If you're going to start a business or you're already running a business, separate your home from your business. Keeping to the budget that you have for your business. So when that doesn't work, that's when I started saying, start doing something to create money for you, apart from what is your core business at the moment. Look at other income generating opportunities that you have. Failing is part of growth. When you start doing something and things don't work out, stop, take a step back, evaluate where you are, what you're doing, what went wrong, what could I have done better? Should I have given more time, or should I ask somebody to give me some information or to assist me? So fail early, fail fast, and fail cheap. So nangau na kenta sin dobia barita kan isalak cukiran dan bisnisi. We wanted to show the world that we're doing well. Okay? By the time you realize, you've gone deep into debt. So have a number of ideas in your pocket that can help you start something. But if you do, pick yourself up, dust yourself, and continue your journey. So what does the future hold for you right now? I'll go back to my principle of mask, shifting that mind. That shift is so, so important. If that shift is not created, you'll keep going back to where you were. Changing your attitude. You will be asking new questions because you wanted to do something different. You want to learn new skills because you know if this fails, you have something else in your pocket. Knowledge is power. Be informed. But my story is to help you get what you want. Be able to have a business that will run on its own instead of you dipping into the money, but make sure that you pay for yourself. I wanted to tell you, I sell honey for $20 a bottle. Every bottle of honey that I sell, $11 will put aside. I have 4 envelopes. $11 is put aside for me to be able to buy honey, to buy a bottle, to buy a cap, and to buy a label. So $11 will be put aside on my operations account for the company. $5 goes to my margin, my savings account. That's 16. So I'm left with $4. $2 is to pay for me. Because without API, the business cannot go. $2 because the company runs from my place. We don't rent a space in town where we sell. We operate from home. So the $2 pays for the water, the electricity, pay for my recharge card, pay for my Wi-Fi. So you need to ask yourself, why are the price that you're selling your product for or a service, is it really giving you what you wanted? Look for something to generate income, to help you with your current income if you're still working. Plant your food to reduce your food bill. I plant 80% of what appears on my table every day. So that when I need chili, when I need spring onion, when I need eggplant, when I need tomatoes, when I need cabbage, when I need tapioca, when I need wundi, when I need lemongrass, I will just look outside my kitchen. That's where it is. So if you're looking to start something, that's where the savings is. Plant your own food. I went to my village and I noticed that most of the women were selling food in the school and they were making roti and curry. So when they came back, I said, how much money you made? Oh, they told us this. I said, look, you realize that everything you make in that parcel of roti and curry is bought. flour, potato, mixed peas, tin fish, and paper to put it in. He said, yes, so what are we going to do? I said, in our village, we have wundi, we have bananas, we have ndalo, we have tapioca, we have mbele, we have roro, we have fish. Why don't you feed the children in school with that food instead of giving them roti and curry? So the thinking like that is the thinking that you need to start working out with. Start looking at what you have. What could I do better? Just remember that, yes, you can. You can do it. You can do it. Find your truth and just keep hustling. Thank you.
Naka asolitunga ko ngau na ke ba soi pina katamine taroi. Yeah, remember you're here for the entrepreneurial workshop. We have a resource person here who is a businesswoman, right? You might like to ask her some questions, right? So we are opening it up for questioning. Maybe you got that idea, all right, in your mind. You want to do that kind of business. Like everybody's actually doing it, right? All right.
Can I just say a point before we finish? You don't have to come home to start a business. You start a business when you can. My business was running for 14 years and I just retired in December. Because nobody wants to know you when you are home. You don't add value to anything or anybody. So when you are working, start a business. Build your networks. Start doing something, okay? So whether you're schooling or whether you're working, start doing something. Don't wait till you get home.
Ma'am, I have, Nimbula, I have two questions. One, you mentioned that we have missing soft skills. What do you mean? And the second question, how do you break down that $20 for that bottle of honey to get 11, 2, 2, and $4, please? Thank you.
What was your first question again? Soft skills.
Missing
Okay.
soft skills.
Okay. I worked as a senior business development manager for the Australian Trade Commission for 28 years. So the soft skills are to really find out what is available in the market. Who is selling what? Where are they coming from? How much are they selling for? You look at the labels and see, oh, these labels are very informative. Okay? Your labels have to say what it's used for, not just honey. What can I use honey for? Okay? There's so many things. So the soft skills of business is, what is your competitive advantage over everybody else that's there? Okay? There are other people that are selling honey. I'm not a beekeeper, but I only buy honey from Kandavu and Benga. For this reason, they don't grow sugarcane. So I believe that their honey is not tempered. That is the reason. Okay, the reason why I put $11 to buy another honey is I know for 750 grams of honey that goes in the bottle, okay, it's worth $9. The label is $1. The bottle and the cap is $1. So that's $11 put aside so that I can have another bottle of honey. We just have to remember that when we come back from selling, not all that money is yours. Oops, not all that money is yours. My husband and my son was running a business while I was working. So after 1 year, when I came home, I said, "Hi, sada ka cukup kata pa ng business ko." I happen to be buying all the time. They are selling, but I don't see anything. Autuko na masada vai ke. Masabango na nando toi tuba. Na warai na iyo e na iyo. We have to set rules in our business. Na ilanda binaka e na sengi ni kauti kenda wana dona punu binaka. Au nui taka New South Wales mana manitaro binaka.
May I want to say Kutaro, just for the benefit of our listeners that are here. You know, some of the steps that that you went through in order to get your business established. You know, some of the requirements that are there. You know, when it comes to labeling and all those little processes in order to get your business, you know, going to America and going to all the places that that you just informed us, because we have here people who may have that that kind of resources that could actually follow in your footsteps. You know, just briefly,
The journey is not easy. We have to keep changing. We keep changing our labels because we found out that, hey, this is not correct. We need to put something else. So it's very important for us to be informed before we use money. Otherwise, we keep changing. And changing means more money going out the drain. So before you print that label, you make sure that all the information that needs to go there has to be there. There is a bill for packaging for Fiji. I know that there is a change that just came recently this year. There is a particular font that you need to use, and there is a particular font number you need to use. Now, the fact that I am exporting, I have to change my labels for the export market. Okay? When my noni gets to America, and when my honey gets to America, the fact that I am not a beekeeper and I am not the manufacturer of noni, I need to provide all the information that the manufacturer have to my importer from the other side. That is to help them declare the consignment and be able to clear it. So if you're selling in Fiji, there are certain things that you need to adhere to. Like my labels have, who we are, what is our address. I have a Fijian product label. I have a barcoding label. I have all our contact addresses. But when you take this product overseas, that's a different kettle of fish. That's a different kettle of fish. You really need to understand. So if somebody is interested in your product, you have to tell them what is the requirement. Well, to America, what is the USDA requirement for this particular product to get there? If it's going to Australia, what is the I.T.S? I.T.S is the quarantine in Australia. So there's a lot of learning to do. A lot of learning. Like, I've had my label to sell in Fiji for the last, I think, about 8 years. I am ready to change it because I see that there is something that is missing. We learned a lot because we networked with other people. Okay? Na bisinisi, okoe mebakana lavan rau. The different pieces, the different shapes. Meratola ko batamai. Mengay me matata nanonda bisinisi. You need to network. So for us, we started off with the National Center for Small and Medium Enterprises, NESMED. They were the ones that held our hands and taught us so many things about business. For me, even though I was working in a space where I could know what it is that's required, it's very important to network. So the other network that I'm in right now is the Women Entrepreneurs Business Council. So many things I have learned from this organization. And it's been running for a while. It's been running for about, I think, for about 8, 9 years at the moment. Because when you cluster with people who are like-minded like you share the information, you're able to grow. You're able to grow. I hope I've answered your question.
Questions, please? Come on, Apikuri Singh is here. We have one wonderful opportunity to listen to her. Got any questions?
I thought I saw my friend Chessie walking in. Hey!
My question is, when you buy honey from Benga and Kandavu, what's the price for a 20 liter?
Okay.
Thank you.
The honey that I buy from Kandavu and Benga is about $15 a kg.
In 20 liters, that comes to?
About 300.
Thank you.
When I am not able to get honey from these places, I would go to the AMA in Nausuri. When you're in business, the kind of business that I run, because I don't make anything, I have to have a number of supplies. Because if one fails, I'm able to get it from some other places. The very important thing about running my kind of business is to make sure that you have a good relationship with people that are supplying to you. I have been to everybody's home. My home is their home when they come to Suva, all my suppliers. So they're like a family to me. They mean a lot, because without them, I'm a nobody. I can't run my business. So it's very important for you to have a number of supplies of whatever that you need.
Okay, madam, just one question. I mean, just for the benefit of people who are listening today, obviously when you're getting honey from these various suppliers, you might know the various tastes, the one that has the best quality, because you are telling us that you're getting honey only from Kandavu and honey only from Bangar, I think it is, Okay. Do you normally taste all this honey, and then how do you get down to the quality of this product to be able to zero down, just to think, okay, I think I'll just take the honey from Kandavu, I'll just take the honey from Benga, and not from
Anywhere
probably
else,
from
like
Ra or
sugarcane.
from anywhere else.
Yeah. I have a little gadget at home where I test honey. Okay. The requirement for the Ministry of Agriculture is for honey to have 28% as the moisture level. So many honey comes to me, and it's about 32, it's about 33, and that tells me something. They have been harvested before their time. And that means my supplier is tricking me. Okay? In business, you really have to be honest. You really have to be honest. So I will tell them, look, I cannot pay you the price that you're asking because this is not ready to be harvested and you've harvested. He said, oh, you could kill abagaba. I said, it tells me there's so much moisture here. Oh, okay, so what happened? I said, while the bees were busy trying to put the pollen and really cover the boxes well, sa siya nga nakatch ko na mutanga, iko sa harvest. Okay? So it affects my label because I have a label. Okay? Now, the one thing too that I have to do, because I am not a farmer, to be able to tell people at the market why the colors of the honey are different. I have a good friend, John Lewis. He is the one that actually taught me and my family beekeeping. We are not beekeepers, but really tell us the little pointers that we need to know so that we can answer the questions that we are confronted with when we go to sell. Okay? So most times when I go to the market, there's about 4 or 5 different bottles with different colors. And this is usually the attraction that brings people to my table. So they wanted to know, because people want to be educated. Why is it this color? Okay? Now, I've been to the US and I've been to Australia and I've seen how they do beekeeping. It's not how we do it in Fiji. For them, if they want to be a beekeeper, they clean the place up, they grow the flowers, the food for the bees, before they bring the box and put it in. Weekend the toe, the toranga na box, do tuli bitu pun dona seni buniniu. Ngai lewa tu ko na bono lai kana kina. Lewa tu ko na bono lako kina me lai kana kina. Ko au tuku na tiku na bisinisi o kenda menta plan taka baka binaka na ka. Da kuni do wa kusa kusa. Ni saya na banua na pi ni sa na tamgor na oni ni sala ko mai me sobana kai kau tamai mena sini kau kina nona box. Uka na pangkara indo na banua me lai ngunuai kina. If you're not providing that to the bees, o ko na buka sarwayawa. Kenda sini bina kata na nonda worker bee me buka pakayao. Bale to ko na sinle style mai. Kaya baka sabang kang karachiko ko saya sarna puno chikina na wai o ko na yaw sarna puno lako kina. So you need to understand the bees. Bletini ko sala yung buto ko da chiko mena kiana. So we need to understand what is the need for bees so that we can provide it to them. Mereka ko ni buka bakayawa. Iyo kenda na susuo ni chiko boleh kana puno suasua. Dola na beleci suka lain dambe tu na del ni box. Wara ki ko chikongo melaka take mai me kanike ko telesta leke. And that is not right. O ko e kau te sombo na moisture mai dake ngo ko te sombo taleke. So talanga ngon ninda kanya na honey, you can smell the sugar. You can smell the sugar. So, tukuna, how do you know that the honey is good? So many people that come to me said, oh, I don't like that honey because it's dark. I like the lighter honey. So, na lighter honey, levo na ngau nela ko mai baleta ke pakai maybe na matay ni ngau na mengay harvest na box ya. E baka tau na sini kawakan niya mo ko ya. Mengay kota mo ko na roka ni honey ya. So, for me, I have to learn so many things because I'm not the maker of the product that I sell.
Thank you, Api. Any more questions?
Na planning. Na veka ke dentro da cava enda plan taka. Whether you want a family or you want to have another child or you wanted to get married. You know, kake vengo enda tuba kakina. Na tuba ka mantanga beau. Dambe chiku ke ubaka samta chiku na dabuna le sangara ni ula vale. So that is planning. Na tuba ka me be rauti bata ke iko. Iko sinrang le tuba na ndona ka ko chiku ida kengo beleto iko chiku ike. Iko na tuba ka chiku ike. Onanga isa sanga chiku motoso daki. Era ona toso daki. So, you know, it has to be a smart goal. It has to be an achievable goal. What's the other one? It can be measured, it's realistic, and it's timely. Okay? Nono mutubo ya. Kaya baka sa wike muni na sa ambera chiko ni dakaba dono ng business na gonongo, baka sa mtaka chiko na da mora ni dakaba. Start working on something right now if you're thinking to do a business sometime this year. Waya undona kau au revenue buke yau e na nongu tuba ka na nongu reduce ta na nongu expenses. Nongu reduce ta nongu expenses ivale. We kala la ya e buke yau to move to the next level of what I wanted to do. Buke yau e na nongu tuba ka. Because when you have a bit of money, you're able to move things. You know, you have your short-term, your medium-term goal, and your long-term goal. So because your situation is different, your family composition is different from my family composition. The business that you want to do is different. But we are na coaching in business, yeah? At the moment, I'm starting to coach people that are running businesses from home. Dona kau Raveni Beletini irango eravina kata to move to the next level of what they wanted to do. Era Raveti kuni saba ko daira na bunu era tukinango, they wanted to move to the next level. Dotala kau ni betarong. Backup. I think if it's a short-term plan, I can move it to be a medium term if I'm not able to achieve it. Yeah? If I see that things are a little bit tougher, I'll move it to December. Yeah? I can fiddle with my time.
There you have it, there you have it.
Pinaka.
There you have it, there you have it.
Yeah, tunggu na contact. Ono kay Silvia kem nini o tingo. Ya dua na ka bina ka tipo kali Amerika. Na nongu charcoal soap. Tini na dolu erto bina kata na bulon December. Saudi. Iya. 10,000 pieces.
10,000 charcoal soap for America, for USA, yeah? Big market there.
Okay. Okay. You're asking about the reserve fund. My reserve fund is my savings. Okay? In the bank, I have two accounts. One is the operating account, and one is my savings account. That's where my reserve is sitting. Okay, every product that I sell, like my noni, I will have to put $8 in my operations account. I will put some in my savings. So when there is time for me to innovate what I'm doing, I look at my savings account to help me. Okay? But at the same time, the business is paying for me and paying for what I need at home. My electricity, my water, my Wi-Fi, you know. I do coaching at home, so when people come and get coached at home, I'm able to buy things for them and we can have tea. So that's where my reserve fund is sitting. So it takes me to this point that you are charging that amount of money for what you are selling for a reason. Kanda sinibe murmurito nga nakain da bolitaka Uy, senga, orto bolitaka chiko na $5. Iko talaga mo bolitaka na $5. If I think that I need to sell it at 8, then I will sell it at 8. Okay?
I think we'll take probably a last question.
Oh, somebody's there.
My question is, what are some of your challenges that you faced along the way, and what are the risks that you took to achieve your goal in your business?
Okay, the challenges that I went through was I have never asked money from the bank, and I had never had any grant from anybody to help my business. So I started with $75, and it's been there for the last, it's lasted us 14 years. Okay? So the risk that, the challenges that I have is the challenges of obtaining information from our fellow Fijians that are there. It's not easy. You have to go through so many walls to be able to do it. Okay? At some stage, I wanted to ask the bank for money. I didn't want to ask too much. I just wanted 3,000. But the amount of questions that they asked was just enough to put me right off. So we've never loaned money from anywhere, and we've never had a grant to grow our business. The risk, I don't know what risk I have. Okay, right now, I'm the only one that's doing whatever that is required. Okay, my son was just laid off from last year, so he's the one that actually helps me to do what we need to do. The kind of business that we do doesn't require a lot of people. Okay, like right now, I have a big order for Korea that I have to do. So yesterday, I had to make sure everything was home. So I wake up this morning at 5 o'clock, and I was already packing bottles of honey and packing bottles of noni juice today. So I know that when I come home, there'll be other things for me to do. I have not employed anybody for that matter. It's usually just me, my husband, and my son. So it doesn't require me to be employing a lot of people. It's just managing our time and making sure that when goods are ready to be picked, it's there. So when I was working, I was doing the same thing. I would pack, I go to work, I come back, I do a little bit of this, go back to sleep, wake up at about 4 o'clock, do some more, go back to work, come back. So it's really managing our time and just to be productive. But I go back to the very important point that I raised, that our health has to be well. We can't do business if we are sick. Look after what we eat, we rest well, we walk, we exercise, we reward ourselves for the things that we have done. I hope I've answered your question.
Hello, Api. It's me, I.T.S. So just before we finish, one thing that every one of us sitting in here is, we've thought about one day I would like to start a business. One day I would like to do this. I would like to do this. But we're always so worried about the competitors that we have. The amount of people that are doing the same things in your area. Right. It kind of brings upon the thought oh, you know what, I can't do it. I will not make a profit from it. But there's one thing that you can do in order to be at the top of your game, right, which is attention to detail.
Yeah, correct.
I used to live in Switzerland, and Switzerland, as you know, they make watches that go for $1.2, $1.5 million. Why? That is ridiculous. That is insane. But if you think about the 3,000 man hours that goes into that watch, the diamonds that they bring from Pakistan, from all these mines, this is why the price tag is so high.
Very true.
And for you to be known, you have to be the best.
That's right.
It's all about paying attention to the smallest details. For example,
Very
she was
true.
saying doing honey. Coconut honey is one of the best in the world. But it will not be the best in the world.
That's true.
If you want to do something, do it to be the best. The kawan can standard that can do.
Right.
That's how you will be known. And also, like to answer my friend's question, that's why you need to have more than one skill set.
It's true.
Fail Congo, Toboletal Congo. Fail Congo, Toboletal Congo. Kunin damage on the one. But the level can cave it and the Nabunanga Sand chicken, Sand comfortable chicken. Sang. Sayanatangal Kavango, it's time to change. It's either you change your mindset or you will lose out. But I can't live in the Signic. Le weekend, the Santangasis and Donanamo, Osakla, Osaroa, Sarazeton. Life is all about growing.
Right. Naka. Dona ka ubia wase ni berni wotie na business o ko e kambula o ko e the wiritiko na ka ko e relevant na ngauno tikabukina. It's not relevant anymore now. So you need to be informed that you are relevant with whatever you're doing, whatever you're learning, but moronyo toso. Au via tukuna dona tukuna ko embaleta na competition. Nangauna asar tu kilaki no motivais batake ashabai ne o boleh chkana hani mai kandabu. Orto salak serangan awanga rtuli buli mai bana be korkoro. Au tukuna berto nanogu bidodo kari.
Yeah.
Iyo, ngayon daw lako na wangkay kandabu. Oy, rasara tu da kitu mai bunisia. Ka karuana kai bidodo mai an rasa tu da kitu ka. Iyo, kala na competition na lako mai. Yeah. But you know what? They're nowhere to be seen now. They're nowhere to be seen now. Nyo sa believe ta ka o ikoron ta kapan na ka o ronyo ya da indona bonua erna lako mai o iranango. Ka kunyo rere chiko pa malua. Daw tu kuni mena kor tokono pa malua. Da kunya apa pala pa lebu. Baleta na competition na lako mai. That's part of the business. You will have competition. But if you have a competitive advantage over your competitors, no one will touch you. Thank you.
Right, and just for the benefit of people that are listening today, Mrs. Kurusing has got her contact number and address if you would really like to get to her, to know her business more. I think she also has a website. Is that right? Yeah. So for those of you who have access to computers, right? You've got internet in your homes. You can actually look up Mrs. Kurisinga and get her contact, and maybe she can help you launch your product. All right. Thank you very much. Can we just give her a round of applause again, please? Right. Our second speaker, according to the program that we have on our app, is the gentleman who's the president of the Young Entrepreneurial Council, Mr. Watisoni Nata. Can you just give him a round of applause, please, while he walks in? Mr. Nata is a lawyer by profession, and sir, we'd like to welcome you today at USP. As you know, we're really looking forward to hearing everything about the Young Entrepreneurial Council. Just give him a round of applause again, please.
I've left lawyering, by the way. I think it's a boring profession. Not to put you guys off that are studying law. Keep going. I'll give you my reasons why after this. So we just need a few minutes, just 2-3 minutes, just to hook up our presentations. We're going to download a few things, and then we'll put it together, and then we'll rock this. You guys are not a tough crowd today, yeah? Because I like our presentations to be very engaging. I don't want it to be boring, and I don't want to fall asleep, and don't want to make you fall asleep as well. So just 2 minutes, guys. So how do we do?
All right, we will just give a 5 minutes break
Okay,
to
5 minutes
the people here, maybe people who want to go out under the public convenience, or maybe just a drink of water outside. We just give you 5 minutes, and then you come back while we do the setup for our presentation. Right.
Should be able to.
Please come back after 5 minutes. Don't go astray and get lost into the university. Please come back. Yeah, don't wander off, please. You can get lost here at the university. Or some of you might like to meet with Mrs. Api Kurisinga. She's right here, right? Before she goes. Beki menina bina kata mai ready Api Kurisinga. Yeah, right? Because this is a wonderful opportunity just to meet her.
Make sure you all don't run away, yeah? Come back.
Hey, don't run away and please come back, yeah?
I know each and every one of your faces.
Yes.
And if, ladies and gentlemen, if you'd love to meet the lovely Api Kurisinga, she's down here for questions. And she'd love to answer all your questions. She's a very lovely
To
lady.
see her, please, eh?
Have a go, guys. We got 5 minutes. So.
She's a hub? You want me to take it out? Is it Guma? Guma?
You can, but I don't want to do much because otherwise things may go on.
Is there an IT person? Don't they always have one on standby?
You think there'd be a nice if I hook up here?
Where is that lady? You can ask her about the IT one. Is she not here? Should we just ask?
Is Vanessa here? Vanessa Chung? Can we have some IT assistance, please?
Hang on. He was just wandering around here somewhere. Wait, we'll track him down. Wait, hang on.
They're on the TV. On the
Vanessa? Vanessa's coming
Donation
down
के
now.
लिए रखा.
Hello, I'm Semi Militaki.
Bula Catalina.
Bula Catalina. Yeah.
I'm Shamil.
Bula Shamil. Yes. You can see the big crowd that's here today.
Very big.
Yeah, it's good. It's good for networking.
Yes.
All set there?
Almost.
100, yeah.
Vanessa, where is Take it easy.
IT guy here. One and another. No, not yet. We're waiting for Isaiah to come.
All right. Yeah, take your time. We don't need to rush.
Oh. Oh. Sorry. If everybody could just bear with us for a few seconds, we're not tech people, so we're sort of going in the dark here with this. Thank you.
Oh yeah, macrophones. This is the issue I always used to face. No, tobacco is. Yeah.
It's called Mac.
Yeah.
Is to export the whole thing in MP4. Our Gora over here decided to make it in a format which only supports
You could technically export this as anything.
No, but I'm saying if I made it as MP4, you could just transfer it to her laptop.
You can still do it, but the thing is there's no actual connector. So you can't because this is being formatted for iOS. There is somewhere back there. Good stuff. How's the meeting? That's a good first start. I just need to figure out how to transfer this to that.
So that's your one?
Yeah. No, you go ahead with it. You present it.
That's fine.
It's just
Why don't you
our
put it on top of
vision
it?
mission, who we are, the youth council, and the access banner, blah blah blah, all those things. And then we have a bunch of our photos from Multipurpose, from the combined council meetings, all those things like that. And why they should join.
Right, could you just tell those
All the things like that.
people to come inside, please? We're about to start, eh?
How are you going with the video?
In about 2 minutes' time.
So, Ken, how do you want to do this? You start, I start?
I don't mind going. I don't mind.
Okay. Sure.
Because otherwise I'll have zero things.
Yeah, then you get on and then I'll pick up where you left off.
Yeah.
Eh?
Yeah.
Or we'll do a tag team.
Yeah.
I'll carry the handheld mic. You want to stand here or you want to?
I'll stand here.
so I'll do the introductions. Yeah? And Kat?
Hey, just wondering, do you have an HDMI output that I could actually connect to the screen?
No, everything's connected to this screen. The PC.
It's actually to the back of the screen, or it's your
Yeah, it's
tower?
everything is split from split here to the project and
Oh, okay.
monitor.
Yes, we have something on this that we want to
You
show.
should have let us know before.
You can send it by email?
No, it's too big. Oh, no, it's too big.
Huh?
I'll just have to upload the Google Drive.
Dropbox it or something and then we extract it from there. Or
Just have to Google Drive. Yeah.
Right.
Hi everyone. So we'll just give it a bit of a start. We've got our presentation downloaded, but we've got a video that we're still trying to download, but they can figure that out while we talk and interact, because I don't want to keep everybody waiting. And I'm sure you've had a long day. Did this whole program go for the whole day? From
2 o'clock. 2 o'clock.
Oh, okay. I guess I'm not that late, so we're all good. How many other presentations did you have before me? Oh, okay. Pardon my ignorance. So you guys are pretty fresh with energy, so that's a good thing. So me and my team, we're from the Young Entrepreneurs Council. Just lift your hand if you know or if you've heard about the Young Entrepreneurs Council. It's fine if you haven't. Because then after this, I get to convert like a whole room of 400 people that know about the Young Entrepreneurs Council, so that's so cool. Yeah? So raise your hand, be honest.
Nope.
Don't raise your hand. Don't try to make me feel good, because it's going to make me feel worse if you lie and put your hand up. Okay, nobody. Very encouraging. Oh, one. 1, 2. That's half a hand. Half hand does not count. Okay, so, 3. That's a full hand. Okay, 3 out of a room out of 400, so that's fine. That's good. That's very encouraging. So, automatically the numbers will flip by the time we finish our presentation. So, ladies and gentlemen, the Young Entrepreneurs Council is one of the councils under the Fiji Commerce Employees Federation. Have you heard about the Fiji Commerce Employees Federation? You have? Oh, put your hands up if you've heard about the Fiji Commerce Employees Federation. So this is the Fiji Commerce Employees Federation. This is the Young Entrepreneurs Council. So there's 10 councils underneath there. So I'm talking too much now. I'm supposed to pass over to my colleague. I was just supposed to introduce myself. So my name is Wetsoni Nata Jr. I am the chairman for the Young Entrepreneurs Council. And the lovely lady over there is Catalina Allen. She's also a member of the Young Entrepreneurs Council. She's also the vice chair for the Young Entrepreneurs Council. And I'm going to hand over to her. We're going to do a bit of a tag team. And she's going to run the introduction for the Young Entrepreneurs Council through our presentation. And then I'll just chip in. I'm good like that, you know. Kat,
All right.
over to you.
Inaka Watson. Hi, everyone. My name is Catalina Allen. Most people know me as Kat. And that's simply because Catalina was a bit of a mouthful for people to say growing up. I grew up in New Zealand, a lot of Kaiwalangi people. They couldn't pronounce my name. Always a pain in the backside for me. But as Watson said, we're here, not just him and I. There's a number of us. Our West Vice Chair, Sagufta, is also here. We've got other members, Conrad, Nilma, and our friend, I can't pronounce your name. Shamil. That's the one. So we're all here representing the Young Entrepreneurs Council, which is what Watson mentioned. We are the 9th council out of 10. We were the baby of FCEF before a 10th council popped up a couple of weeks ago. And the Fiji Commerce and Employees Federation is simply the voice of the private sector. They give us a platform where alone it's difficult for us to be represented. The Young Entrepreneurs Council is an ILO model that's set up to support and advocate for young entrepreneurs, which in turn again, implements advocacy and lobbying of programs to support young entrepreneurs in their plight to be successful. Now, the criteria to be a member of YEC, it's actually really tough. Okay, so if you think you got the guts to be a member of our crew, it is very tough. There's things like you have to be able to handstand for 5 minutes straight, blindfolded. You have to be able
Who can do that? Who can do that? 5 handstand.
You have to be able to
You must
stay
be wondering
awake.
how I made it into the YEC council myself, eh?
You have to be able to stay awake for 48 hours straight, no water, no food, not going to the bathroom. Like I said, it's tough, you know. You have to be able to jump through hoops of fire, swim underwater for like 400 meters with one breath.
That's simple because you're getting students, you know, so no food, no water, that's it, you know? Only put in out to buy the cigarette, eh?
But truthfully, though, it's actually really quite simple. You just have to be between the age of 18 to 40. So everybody who is over 40, you might want to block your ears because this is not for you. This is for us young generators. Okay. You have to also be currently operating a business in either the informal or formal sector. And it is not too much of a worry if you are unregistered, because YEC, we will assist in the facilitation of taking you into the whole registration process, which is a plus. Yeah. And you know, if you are interested in becoming a member of YEC, currently we have 30 active members right around Fiji. Majority of us are here in Suva, though. And if you are interested, you've got Mr. Watson Nata there, who would gladly talk you through it. Our membership forms are also found online on Facebook, and also through the FSEF website. Okay. Now, our current membership is pretty diverse. We've got people from various sectors, such as retail. If you do not know, this is the face behind the merch. Shh. So if you want like a 50% discount, you have to say the code word after this presentation.
Yes, Sanga.
Yeah, we've got Watson, who runs a retail business. We've got people who are in marketing. We've got photographers. We've got hair and makeup and beauty product and services. We've got excavation and water cartage people. We've got consultancies, people who run and operate co-sharing workspaces. We've got farmers. We've got beekeepers. We've got people who work in the entertainment industry. And you've got people like me who work in the security industry. Now, basically, my entrepreneurial journey, it's not as flash or fancy as what Shagufta will be presenting soon. It's really quite simple. I was thrown in the deep end to manage a company. And that's about it. But it has had its challenges, but it's been very enjoyable. Basically, I guess I got some tips for everybody if you're even interested. Find what is right for you, okay? Find something that you're passionate about, and that will be your drive. It's hard work. Everything in life is hard. But if you're passionate about it, that's half of your battle won. My second point is to plan your business. Planning is essential, it's crucial. Before you begin, you must have a plan, and it's essential to your success. If you find yourself stuck in a rut, as many of us on the Young Entrepreneurs Council have from time to time, talk to others, talk to people, bring to light the challenges that you're facing. Somewhere along the line, somebody will reach out and say, hey, I'll talk you through it. I'll show you how to do it right. You will use those people as your sounding board. And through that, you will reach my third point, which is your network. Your network is how you will meet others who are in the same or similar industries, or an industry that will impact yours. Your network will become your support system. Now, the Young Entrepreneurs Council, that's basically my support system. So grateful to everybody, and also our WebC sisters, for all the guidance and support. Chagupta? Watson?
So, my question is, how many of you got a smartphone? Raise your smartphone. If you got a smartphone, raise your smartphone. I know you're all scrolling through Facebook anyway. So can you go to the Young Entrepreneurs Council page, please, and like it, carry like, please. Because we're currently at like 3,000 and we need to boost it up to 5,000 by the end of the month. So please, if 400 of you go and like it, that would be so good for our page. Yeah? So just go, while we're going through the presentation, scroll through our page because there's a lot of information there. And you can familiarize yourself with the type of work that we've done and we've been engaging in. We'll be able to help and assist and answer your queries. And also, like Catalina said, if you want to join the council, there is an online application. So you just, that's linked to our Facebook page. So there's a join button in there. Is it join or is it like subscribe?
Sign up.
Sign up, see? I was testing you guys. You got Yang on Facebook. That's good. So sign up, Sarah. Eh? Anyway, I bluff. I don't want to force you. Yeah? So if you want to sign up, look, primarily the council is there to support young entrepreneurs, like Kathleen said, between the ages of 18 and 40 years old. The Young Entrepreneurs Council is the 9th council out of 10 councils. So for those that are outside of those age brackets, there are other councils that you can consider. Like our lovely Api here is part of the Women Entrepreneurs Business Council. So ladies, they specialize in women entrepreneurship. So there's another option also apart from the Young Entrepreneurs Council that all your entrepreneurs can go. Hey, I don't see our like numbers going up. Don't betray me like this, please. Sagufta, we good?
Yeah, you can carry on, Watson.
So you'd probably ask, the first question that people normally ask is like, what are the advantages of joining the Entrepreneurs Council? What do I get out of all of this? Yeah? What's in it for me? My primary answer to that, I'll give you a few more answers, a bit more polished, but I'm not going to be, just going to be direct and say, you get what you put in. Yeah? There's a lot of people coming in and asking for freebies. If you're going to be an entrepreneur, you need to get rid of that habit, because ain't nobody going to help you. Yeah? You got to be able to help yourself first, and then extend an arm out for assistance. Yeah? But one of the main benefits for me as an entrepreneur, I have a little retail shop called The Merch. It's a little retail shop that's based out of Wallaby. It's a homeware store. You guys familiar with The Merch? Yes. Oh, okay, that's good. If you don't know about The Merch, please go to the Facebook page and like my page again. Facebook and likes, but it's the age of social media, guys. If you're not on social media, you're going to run a business. It's the best step ever. You gotta get on social media, whether you like it or not. Yeah, and who doesn't like social media? Ah, we all agree. Lovely, awesome. So I'll just go back to the benefits. I'm going to repeat what Catalina said as well. For me, it was the networking system that we had for each other. And the support system, rather. Not networking, I think networking is a bit more of a formal word, but rather the support system between us and all the YAC members that you see here, and all the other 30 members that we have that are not here. So we have a Viber group that we continuously update each other on, and we support each other's businesses. And especially during this COVID times as well, it was really hard, because I'm sure everybody is facing their difficulties individually on a personal level as well. With this COVID period. So last year was a shit year, eh? It was? Shit year, yeah? I can say that? Yeah? Okay, good. So everybody scrambled around trying to re-strategize, trying to rethink their businesses, things that they thought they would take another 3 years to do, they did in like 2 weeks. Yeah? We had to fast-pace a lot of things. Good thing with our council, there was a lot of partnerships that took place. People were then assisting each other. to increase their product range and also efficiency in service and product delivery as well. So which is a good thing of COVID. Some people had to close down their businesses and re-strategize. Some of our members had to do that, close down their initial idea or their current businesses that they had and reopen other businesses' ideas that they have because of COVID. As we all know, the tourism sector was drastically affected, so some of our members were part of the... Okay, I was told to hold the mic closer to my mouth. Is this close enough, guys? Okay, sorry. So part of our members, it's because I'm a loudmouth, you try to lower it down so you don't scream in the mic. You know, do you loud people relate with that, you know? Anyway, yeah, so the support system is fantastic. That's number one. If you want to bitch about and rant about your problems as an entrepreneur, there's no other place or person you can't talk about your business problems to your family. Eh? Half the time, it's your family giving you a problem. Eh? Can I get an amen? Yeah? Yes, everybody agrees. So that's the thing. You gotta separate your issues. And of course, it's human nature. You gotta compartmentalize. So your personal problems, you live for your personal side, and then your business problems, you go and rant with your business friends. And it's important because everybody goes through the same issues. Yeah, more so the same issues. And we don't only rent, but we brainstorm answers or plausible solutions that we can work together towards trying to resolve those issues. HR issues, whether it's compliance issues. Half the challenge with running a business in Fiji is compliance issues, but you know, we thank the government for taking away the business license, right? How many of you guys are running a business? Lovely. How many of you guys are thinking of getting into business? Oh, that's such a good number. Yeah? That's a good number. And I love the theme of the Entrepreneurial Week you guys have. What's the theme, guys? You didn't forget too. Come on, guys. Come on. You can do this. What's the theme? Change your world. Change your world. Become an? So how many of you guys want to become an entrepreneur? Everybody. That's good. Okay, so I'm going to shut my mouth and then pass over to the lovely lady Sagufta. She is our vice chair also. We have two vice chairs.
I'm short.
First was Catalina. She's vice chair for Suva. And this is the lovely Sagufta. She's vice chair for the West. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me just hand over to her.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you all for having us here for this opportunity. Thank you to the University of the South Pacific for inviting the Young Entrepreneurs Council to be a part of this event. I'd just go over, my name is Shagufta and I'm the founder for my social enterprise, the Fusion Hub. I've also recently just invested in a tech startup, which is Bula Lens Fiji. I started my business around 2 years ago, and at that point in time, I was operating in my own little silo. You know how we are, right? We just want to, we don't want to be judged by anyone, so we don't want to share our ideas. We're like, someone's going to judge me on this. They're not going to accept it. So I started my company upcycles waste into sustainable home decor and furniture pieces. And at the same time, we also train women from village communities who make these products for us, and we provide them with market access. So in inception, I started off selling pet beds made out of tires. And at that point in time, I would just sell maybe around 8 pet beds in a week or in a month or something. You know, take it out in the market day, sell it, and then come back home. So I was seriously just operating in my own silo. I didn't know anyone, didn't network with anyone. I had no idea, no clue. And then one of my friends got me introduced to the Young Entrepreneurs Council. And I just came in for one of the meetings, and I was so impressed with the amount of support that I could see within the entrepreneurs. There was nothing about competition or no one judging each other's products or services, nothing like that. It was a safe space where I could just air out my experiences, my problems, the issues that I was facing, you know, access to finance, one of the main things for us young entrepreneurs. No one wants to give us a loan. Yeah.
Lol. Story of our lives, right?
Yeah. So after being in that process of learning how to efficiently and effectively managing my business by learning from the other entrepreneurs and through our sessions with industry experts that we had access to, I was able to grow my business. I have received international recognition for my social work through my enterprise, the Fusion Hub. I won the Women in Business Aspiring Entrepreneur Award, and I was also recognized as one of the My Life 30 Under 30 Faces of Fiji's Future. And that all just because I became part of the Young Entrepreneurs Council and I started putting myself out there instead of being in my own silo, like I said. So why do you think young entrepreneurs or us generally, everyone, don't want to share our experiences or our work with everyone else? Anyone? Does anyone know the answer to that question? Because we'll be judged if we fail, right? Yeah? Oh, yes. Yes, exactly.
Did everybody hear that?
Fear of being judged and fear of failure. But why are we so afraid to fail? Why? Failure is an amazing thing. It teaches you so many things. And as an entrepreneur, you need to know that you will fail a million times. But to hit that jackpot, you have to be right just once. Yeah? You just have to be right once to be able to hit that jackpot, to take your idea to the next level. So that's what we as entrepreneurs are supposed to be doing. I failed so many times, miserably, trust me, honestly. Like with everything that I tried, every new thing that I tried to do. And it's inevitable, but I learned from it. And I took those learnings, pushed myself, made it better for myself. Yeah, so that's what all of us need to do. And we need to stop feeling scared, stop being afraid of putting ourselves out there. So when you become part of the Young Entrepreneurs Council, you have that support system. People who will always encourage you. They will, okay, if you fail once, you share your stories with them. They might tell you what you need to do. So it's a support system, and there's no harm, there's no shame in asking for help. We all need to start doing that. Yeah, so that was my story. We'll just take you through our presentation. I think Watson has already covered why you need to be able to join YAC.
Oh yeah, just put this up, guys. Read this. I'm not going to read this out for you guys. That's why we have a slide. Read. We're all students. So, she's right about the mistakes. Everybody comes and asks me and says, oh, how did you do the merch? I mean, how do you get it to be so successful? I'm like, trial and error, guys. Trial and error. And don't be afraid about it, but your trial and error is got to be calculated, so there's a difference. Not something just doing it absolutely, my mind is very calculative, so I can see like 10 years ahead, you know? So I think like that, and then you've got to be able to think practical as well. What's the now?
Yeah.
So, failures, you've got to really embrace your failures, because that's the only way you're going to learn, and that's the only way you're going to grow stronger as a business person. So it's principles of life, really. I'm standing here just telling you guys what, you're probably already taught by your parents. It's the same principle that's applicable in life. It's the same disciplines, the same hard work, and the proper acumen that you put in.
What's in your mic?
Oh gosh, here we go. Sorry. Do I have to repeat myself again? God. Okay, yeah, So failure, guys, embrace your failure. That's the only way. You've got to be able to not be afraid of thinking of what others are going to think.
Yeah.
What's your neighbor's going to think, what's your father's going to think, what's your mother's going to think. Of course, honor your parents, but if it's against something what you want to pursue, you've got to be able to follow your heart as well and be strong and courageous to do it. Yeah?
Another thing that I just wanted to highlight is that YAC has been part of a lot of consultations regarding improving the entrepreneurial ecosystem here in Fiji. And not just in Fiji, but regionally as well. We've been part of discussions as well. And one of the changes, you guys all know about the Young Entrepreneurship Scheme, right? Right, so when it was initially launched, this is the government
That's
grant.
yes. You know the YES? People always get us confused with yak and yes.
Yeah.
So yes, you know the fancy billboard advertisements they have under the Ministry of Industry and Trade? Because they ain't got plenty of money they can advertise, eh?
Yeah.
It's getting no paisa. Eh? You know, no, laugh, eh? But you know, we're not a money-giving institution, eh? Like yes, because everybody will come, hey, you getting half again? Yes. When is the application opening again? Yes, no, not. Yeah. No, I don't know. Yeah,
Okay.
but no, honestly, the truth is I don't know. There's a difference, guys. I just wanted to stress that point out. Sorry.
Right. So when YES was initially launched, the age criteria was 30 years and the grant amount was 20 years. If you all, the age criteria was 20 years and the grant amount was, so the age criteria was 30 years and the grant amount was $20,000, right? So at that time, we had done a market survey and we found out that most of the young entrepreneurs or most of the entrepreneurs start off their business when they're like around the age of 30. So because we all go through the education system, we go through the job market search system, and then we realize that maybe this is not for me and I want to start my own business. So then by that time you're almost 30. So then most of the eligible people who would be, qualifying in that category automatically came out because they were under 30 years old. So we advocated for it to change the age criteria to 40, to move it up to 40 because you'll get more applicants that way. And it worked, and they were able to do it for us because we advocated for it. And that is what we do as well. So we try to create more opportunities for the entrepreneurs here in Fiji, and through our advocacy and through our policy engagements. And when you become part of the Young Entrepreneurs Council, you're able to partake in those discussions. If you are facing any issue personally, say for example, all of us are facing issues around access to finance, and we want to do something about it. So in the next budget consultations, we are giving our recommendations on how the government can support the growth of the entrepreneurs here in Fiji, growth of the MSME sector here in Fiji. So you all get to be a part of that discussion when you become a member. Now, why do we do this? Because if one person goes and screams or talks about it, maybe you won't be acknowledged or listened to. But if we go as a herd, as a group, then people are going to listen to us. So that is essentially what we are trying to create as well. A space where we can talk about the issues, come up with the solutions, and take it up to our leaders so they can make the changes for us through policy changes and everything. Yeah, so that's another thing that YEC is doing.
Just going to give you a good example of one of the benefits. And one of the benefits of joining YEC is capacity building. I'll explain a bit in detail about why capacity building is important. Has anybody in the room applied for those SME loans that the government was giving out? Those concession loans? Nobody applied? Oh, you don't have to put your hand up because everybody's going to choke you after this, eh? Smart move, guys. Smart. Very smart. We'll have a conversation after this. Yeah? Okay, so back to the point about capacity building. The reason why the government put out all those concessional loans and they put out millions and millions of dollars into it was because there was a gap. Now, the main financial institutions and the banks and the financial institutions didn't see fit to give out because of hardships, because, they had to tighten up as well. So they made it even a bit harder. Laugh louder. So they made it even harder to lend out to SMEs as well. When you go to the bank, MSME, just go sit over there. So it's because of the reason that there's not much capacity building. And I'm talking about businesses on the micro level. The capacity building meaning, are you trained in accounts and finance? Are you trained in HR? What are the products you're going to be advertising? What's your advertising policy? What's your business plan? Do you know how to draft a business plan? Yeah, you have an idea, but can you do it in black and white? Can you put pen to paper? Can you describe all your challenges you're going to face? Can you foresee them? Can you provide plausible solutions to address those problems? Yeah, putting it in black and white. Now, capacity building training, we offer that at the Young Entrepreneurs Council through the Fiji Commerce Employers Federation, all the other councils that are there as well. Yeah, so it's really, that is the gap as to why the government had to step in and give those loans out, is because of that capacity building thing. It's one of the reasons, not saying that it is the main reason, it is one of the reasons. So we have to strengthen that gap, and that is one of the good reasons as to, that's why we want to advocate for more members to join so that we can help build them stronger, build the capacity and the stamina, strengthen that a bit more, so then you can migrate slowly into getting more financial loans. And if you don't need a loan, you don't need a loan too, you know? Some businesses are good, they don't even take any loans. So that's another thing to think about. Capacity building is a really important thing. And we provide that also there at the Young Entrepreneurs Council and also the Fiji Commerce Employers Federation. We get invited to trainings and meetings by donor-funded agencies. We just had 2 that was done 2 weeks ago. I think we attended, Conrad had attended. I had attended as well. It was done in Radisson. It was funded by ILO. But that's one of the things. And then we always have, the Fiji Commerce Employers Federation has a training calendar for the year. They assess the needs of its members at the beginning of the year. Then they will invite people to come and train its members specifically in those areas. So if it's finance, if the members request, if a majority of the members request finance training, there will be people to come and train. If it's HR, or if it's OHS, or if it's the FNPF portal that everybody loves, not. Or if it's the new FERCA or the new PAYE portal that's so user-friendly, not. You know, those things. You've got to be able, and trust me, it's not a, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. It's not an easy thing doing business in Fiji, guys. The challenges are challenges. The administrative side of compliance in Fiji, I think they can drastically improve that. But you know, we've got to wait for government to change and the people to change. Yeah, so they can streamline the services that's offered to the public. Yeah, because we pay for it, don't we? Taxpayers' money? No, no, no. So, yeah. So that's what I wanted to stress is really the importance of capacity building. So if you're thinking of going into business, you got to be able to expand in those areas. So if you think you can identify that's a weakness, you got to be able to strengthen that. That's fine. You can do it. You can do it on your own, or you can join the Young Entrepreneurs Council. Simple, guys. Come on. Oh, what's this one? Oh God, this is my ugly face over there. Eh? Are you between 18 to 40 years? Yes. Oh, bluff. I see some gases in here and some monsters too. Have your own amazing business? Want to help improve the entrepreneurial ecosystem in Fiji? But apart from a huge part of improving the entrepreneurial ecosystem is strengthening and improving your own business yourself. Yeah, we can't go out, be very hypocritical of us, to go out and preach and stand here and practice, you know, if we're not practicing it ourselves. I'm not completely 100% there, but I try to improve it every day. My systems and processes get tweaked every day because I told you, you gotta, what do you call, practice? If it doesn't work, tweak it, throw it out, try something else. If it works, fine, and you've got a system flowing, codify it. Codify meaning write a policy or standard operating procedure so that your staff know exactly what to comply with and what the rules are and what the boundaries are. From job seekers to job creators. This is an important one. And the only reason why we have 18 to 40 years old, because of what Sagufta said, is because in this country, we need to change the culture. If you, like I've gone through the education system. I'm qualified. I'm legally qualified. I'm an accredited mediator. and I run my own business. When I started, the idea of the business came when I was like 28 years old, 29, 30, 31. 31, I think, or 32. Then we started, I started my business in 2018. So we're on the 3rd year running. Point being is, why didn't I start this when I was 18 years old? Yeah? And that's what we need to change. You're all sitting here because you come to university, and fine, university education is completely fine. I'm not against getting a university education, even though university is very dramatic, eh? But anyway, aside. Yeah, we need to change that cycle because a lot of Fijians start our businesses when we're at an older age. Why can't we start it when we're 18? Why can't we start it when we're 19? Why can't we start it when we're 20 or you're 21? Or get an education, get a degree, you qualify. So 18, 19, 20, you probably graduate by 21. Start your business when you're 22. You know? So we don't want, what we need to encourage, and what I want to encourage is really getting into entrepreneurship early and not treating it as an alternative. It can be your first choice if you make it your first choice. Yeah? So the same amount of emphasis that you put into your studying, same amount of emphasis you cram your textbook like page to page before the test happens tomorrow. That kind of thing. You can, same amount of emphasis you can dedicate into strategizing, putting into black and white your business plan. Oh gosh, I've been told to hurry up.
Hello.
So rude, eh? So rude. Okay, we got a video. I'll shut up, guys. Come on. This video is fun. More fun than me, guys.
Any audio?
Do we have audio? Someone there. Isaiah, you wanted, please?
Take it back.
Hey guys, if you're taking pictures, can you just send it to the Young Entrepreneurs Council page, please? Just thought I'd slide that one in there. Just have to make a post after this to say that I came to USP and met all of you.
Came to USP and Vanguard student for a day.
If being an academic is for you, go for it.
My name is Rakeem. I'm currently a USP student studying marketing and tourism.
Yeah, start again.
I'm the owner of Chick. Hey guys, my name is Rakeem. I'm currently a USP student studying marketing and tourism. I'm the owner of Chip Games PC. We're an e-commerce platform for video game and electronics. I've joined YAC almost a year ago. They have helped me in getting connected with other businesses. We had trainings and also meeting with very interesting people who have taught me a lot. One of the last advice I would give to future young entrepreneurs.
That's him over there, standing over there, taking a picture of himself, no shame.
Have a vision.
We love you, Rakeem.
And always have an open mind. Try to do something innovative to help.
Via any muscle.
So I run The Spot, which is a green co-working space, and it's designed for young entrepreneurs, small businesses, and most people who are freelancers don't have enough space, can't afford the rent or the bond on something more long term. Okay, so I've been a member of YEC since 2016, and ever since it's been really, really useful. Like, not only do I get the opportunity to network with more experienced or knowledgeable people, but it's also allowed me to learn a whole lot more. We get access to training and participating in events organized by the Cognizant Employees Federation. So that's been a huge bonus. I would suggest anyone who's interested in business join YTC because of the amount of knowledge and the wealth of experience among its members, and just the honest conversations that we have about trends, the current policies, and the landscape of doing business in Fiji. You cannot get that information anywhere else. My message to young entrepreneurs is to look for problems, because if you really think about sustainability and business, you need to first of all solve a problem that everyone's facing. So if you want to make money, look for a problem, and that's all.
Thank you. everybody, my name is Watsoni Nata Jr. I am at my shop, opening stock day at the merch. Today my shop is the merch, we're based at Bombay.
See, they didn't give me a mic, eh?
So retail shop. You see the all sorts of items from the furniture, you can hear the lawnmower go off, the cartoons and the carpet and the chairs. I am a member of the Entrepreneurial Council. I'm actually chairman of the Entrepreneurial Council. It is one of the councils under the Fiji Commerce and Tourist Federation. We are a healthy group of young entrepreneurs, around 30 members strong now. We are members from different various backgrounds, retail, security, we've got entertainment, creative arts. Yak has been pretty amazing for me, especially during the COVID times. I've always wanted to be around like-minded entrepreneurs. Everyone knows that there's stuff to do. My fellow Yak members.
And that's my security
Being
guard.
Don't know what the hell he's saying, eh?
Just general assistance with everything that we go through in the shop that we go through to our business on a day-to-day basis. So I'm so thankful that we've built different ways from this council. If you're a young entrepreneur, if you fall within the age category of 18 to 40 years,
You know that fella, Mervin?
join me in
Must slap him after this. Somebody bought that dog and our cat was attacking it.
Simple idea. Now, feed you into my business and you have a crap like this. Yeah? So guys, don't neglect your dreams. Keep on dreaming, keep following your dream. If you want to be an entrepreneur, go. Don't stop yourself. Keep following your dream and go.
Hi, I'm Adike, founder of Multipurpose. Multipurpose is a startup social enterprise that focuses on beekeeping, vegetable farming, and prioritizes community development through youth engagement. The Young Entrepreneurs Council has been fundamental in building up my startup. It has been my go-to place to get technical support. It has been a space for networking with like-minded people, and has helped me build my entrepreneurship ethic. So if you're a young person starting off a business, come and join us. The Young Entrepreneurs Council is like a family, where we continuously focus on building our entrepreneurial capacities and knowledge to help our businesses grow.
Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the Young Entrepreneurs Council. Come group, don't be shy, come on. Don't leave me hanging here, come.
Come on, come on.
No, that was the end, come. Sheffield, nobody, seriously, nobody's gonna bite you, come. Nilma, Rakeen. So Rakeen there, that
Pose
guy
for a group photo.
is the maker of that app over there.
So we know
He just
who is
launched
who.
it last week. So if you want to go and download his app, go and download it. Get it. The link is on our page. But yeah, let's just take a bow. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I forgot. Are we supposed to have a Q&A? Okay, questions. Let's go, guys. 5 questions, Because I think I went over the time, because I was talking too much. Anybody? Shoot.
Questions, please. Questions. Okay, we have some entrepreneurs that are sitting here today. How can they be members? Do you have a form, an application form, or
Yes.
what are some of the requirements that's needed to be actually a member of the?
So all you need to do is just go through, or just give me your number. I can send you, no, don't worry, I won't fix you, gosh. I'll send you, if you got Viber or WhatsApp, I'll send you the link to the form, or just simple, if you're gonna go on Facebook, like I said, go to the Young Entrepreneurs Council page, you better all have liked it. I better check the like thing after this thing, better have gone up 500.
Yeah.
So like it twice, lol. So just go to the join button. What is it? Sign up. The sign up button. Once you click on that sign up button on our Facebook page, it will give you a form. And you fill that in your details. Once you submit, then our team will be in touch with you guys. You'll put in all your details. Yeah? And listen, we forgot to mention, you don't have to be a registered business. Yeah? We entertain both. Informal sector and the formal sector as well. Yeah, we have to be a bit more encompassing because of COVID times. Yeah? And that's the beauty about it, because we need to handhold people to be able to make them understand and realize the importance of being registered.
Okay, just another question. Just on behalf of the people that are here, as you know that we have small-time business entrepreneurs, and most of them are looking for funding, to actually kickstart their business. Is there any sort of assistance that you have with the Young Entrepreneurial Council to assist these people?
So funding, I said we're not the bank account, eh? I'll do it you guys already. But because you join the Young Entrepreneurs Council, we get access and we get sent invitations and requests for proposals, yeah, for funding. Example was the BLP one, Business Link Pacific one that just closed last month. Yeah, those were the initiatives. I'll come to you after this. Let me answer the question. We get requests from that, and then we'll send it out to our members for them to be able to put in their own applications to be able to get access to those fundings. Yeah, or the YES scheme. When they do avail that, yeah, like if they do renew the whole scheme again and they open up applications, the invitation will always get sent to us, but it gets advertised too, So you don't have to necessarily join us, but the support mechanism is there. And again, like I told you, one of the major missing links in terms of why people assess applications and they don't get it is because of that capacity building. Yeah? You don't have that strength or that capacity, that platter to be able to handle or cater or be trusted with that money. Yeah, so to answer the question, we don't directly give out money, but we can source you and access you or link you to funds that are available to apply for.
Yeah. Just another last question, probably. Yeah? All right.
So just regarding to
Please don't call me sir.
Just regarding to his group.
Call me Watson.
Watson.
I haven't been knighted by the Queen.
Just regarding age group, overage can join too.
Over age, like 40 above.
Yeah.
You have to be like 40 stranga and then between 18. Yeah. But that's not to stop you. Remember, we're the 9th council. There's 9 other councils there. There's 10 councils altogether under the Fiji Commerce Employees Federation banner. WebC is another example. Yeah, Women Entrepreneurs Business Council. The lovely I.T.S is part of the Women Entrepreneurs Council. Did I answer the question wrong? Yeah? Or there's the small business, there's the Retailers and Small Business Council. That's another council as well that you can join. Yeah? There's the HR Council, Human Resources Council. There's the Mining and Quarrying Council. Yeah? So they all have their different requirements. And it's all available on the Fiji Commerce Employees Federation if you want to find out about the other councils as well. Yeah? So if the Young Entrepreneurs Council is not for you, you've got another 9 choices to choose from. Okay, sorry. Over to you, bro.
Okay, that's the last question, yeah?
Just asking, how do you get your product into the merge?
How do we?
Yeah, into the merge.
The merge is his. He owns the merge.
Yeah. No, like what are the requirements to go and to get your product to go and sell there? Like to.
What do you want to sell?
No, if we bring our product, how do you get to like go and advertise it there or sell it there into the merge?
Well, I don't because I'm bringing my own products from Australia and New Zealand. I also have market days on my opening stock days. So if you want to come and market and make use of the market during my opening stock days, you're most welcome to apply, and we advertise it on our Facebook page. You can do that as well. I have partnered with some SMEs to sell their products because of COVID. Like one of the partnerships we made last year was with Fiji Chemicals. So now the merch sells and retails their cleaning chemicals and equipment, because they used to supply to the tourism industry, but because all the hotels closed down and they don't do retail, so I'm selling it through through that. So that's one of the examples of partnerships. A partnership also with, we're trying to test out modern furniture as well. They used to export a lot of furniture, but these are like big companies. Not big companies, they're bigger than me, but you know. And I've also helped out SMEs as well, because my cousin is into her bamboo craft, and she does a lot of timber artwork as well. So I've been selling her stuff at my shop as well. Yeah? So there's nothing, stop, just give us a message on the thing. Not that I'm opening the door to everybody to send me a thing, yeah? Kere-kere? Mamalu tak jou. Eh? Set? We have a conversation after this. Why you want to ask in front of everybody? Klaar, Okay, one last question. Come on, hurry up before they chase me out of here.
Okay, last one question, please. Eh? Anyone with the last question?
Last burning question, guys.
Last burning question?
Over here, over here. Ah, see, come on, man. Come on. Love it.
That's going to be our last question because we have our next speaker who's already here in this ICT theater.
You partly answered the question because I wanted to know if we join HIAC, do you have program like once we join for us to showcase our product?
Any subscription fee? Do you have a fee?
Yeah,
that
Willie,
you charge?
sorry, that's the most important part. Subscription fee, I forgot it. 54.50, brass kere. So it's 54.50 is the joining fee, and it's 54.50 an annual subscription. Once you join, you don't. When you renew your subscription the following year, you don't have to pay the joining fee of 54.50. So it's just the 54.50 as renewal subscription. Yeah. People say it's expensive and all of that, but guys, really, you gotta pay something. Eh? Nothing's for free. Listen, but that, yes. So we always do partnerships with other, to answer your question, we do partnerships with the other councils that also have market days. So, and we also get invited to donor-funded agencies that also have market days as well, that also, and that's really the avenue and the platform where people can go and market their products. Yeah, so we get a lot of invitations. So even in my market day as well, I invite some of the members to come and sell their products and display their products as well. So there's always opportunity to do that as well. Yes. Okay, I'm getting kicked out now, guys.
All right, thank you very much. A round of applause to Watiso Ninata and his team. Thank you very much. It's okay, it's okay. Yeah, I'll go. Thank you. All right, our next speaker is Mr. John Apted from the law firm Mondelez. All right, he's going to be talking to us about intellectual property. You know, when you actually create that idea, you know, how you actually copyright it and call it your own, and all the laws that govern that. Eh? Right? Can you just give a round of applause to Mr. John Apted again, please? He's got 1 hour to talk to us.
No, I can't hold. I got a bad arm.
All right. Okay.
That's it. That's it. Hi, everyone. Wow, there's a lot of you here today. Okay, looking at the variety and the numbers here, I can see that you all come from different backgrounds. You all have different ideas for businesses. You will all therefore have different needs. What I will be talking to you today about is intellectual property. And contrary to what many lay people, non-lawyers, believe, intellectual property is varied. There are different kinds of intellectual property that protect different kinds of ideas. they're all forms of intellectual property. Intellectual meaning things that are ideas, not things that are physical. This is property. Things that are invisible or things that you dream up are intellectual property. And the law protects this in different ways. And I will be covering all the different ways. There's quite a few. It can be confusing, but I'll try not to confuse you. Okay, but if you're confused at the end, it's not my fault, it's the law's fault. All right, let's start. Intellectual property, which is the broad term, refers to creations of the mind. And that could be anything from what you invent to a book you write or artwork that you create, designs, symbols, images, or anything used in commerce. Those are all intellectual property. And although it's expressed in a physical form, it comes from an invisible, intangible idea. Okay, and it's protected in various ways. And the whole idea of the law is when it protects these rights, it's trying to balance the interest of the person who thought them up and to give them some ability to make money, but also balance it against the rights of the public to use that idea. Because inventors and artists and all of you who create intellectual property are all members of society. And when we dream things up, when we create things, those are for the good of society, for all of our brothers and sisters. So what the law tries to do is to protect the right for a certain period to allow you to make money, but also to balance it against the interests of the broader community to have access to your idea or whatever. And that'll become clearer. All right, there's different kinds of protections. There's patents, there's registered designs, there's copyright, there's trademarks. All those four are all systems of registration or legal protection. And then there's the common law and consumer protection, which can also be used to protect your intellectual property. And on the right there, we have an advertisement. How many of you have seen our ads in the paper? We are in the paper every day advertising trademarks. If you look at the Fiji Times, every day you'll see, or every second day, you'll see one of these advertisements from Munro Lees. And these are trademark protections. But I'll come to that. Okay, let's start with patents. Patents are legal protection, they provide legal protection and a monopoly for inventions. Patents only apply to inventions, where you invent something. And that's an invention of a physical device, like a piece of a machine, or a substance, like a new medicine, or a method of doing something, or a process. But the method or process must be an industrial method or an industrial process to make goods. It can't be, patents don't protect a method or process of management, for example, because that has nothing to do with goods. If you had a factory, like you had a new way of making sugarcane that was novel, that might be patented because it's a method or process for making something. But if you had a new method of filing, that's not patentable because it's not a method of making something. So those are patents. And to protect a patent, you have to apply to the government. They examine the patent and see if it's truly new. If you're using things that other people have invented before you, or things that you've already shared with the public, you won't be able to register your patent. If you register your patent, you get protection only for 20 years. After that, the community can use your idea. And the exchange is, if you apply to register your patent, after the 20 years, your specifications then become public. So if you take somebody like Coca-Cola, Coca-Cola have a secret formula for Coke, and they have never patented it. Because if they patented it, after 20 years, they would have had to allow everybody to use it. So for Coca-Cola, the way that they protected their intellectual property is to keep it a secret. So in their case, even though their invention is very, very valuable, they made the business decision that they shouldn't patent. But if you were a medicine maker, like, I don't know, the people who've invented the vaccines for COVID, they will patent them because they want the protection, and in the next 20 years, they're going to make their bucks. As much bucks as possible in 20 years, because after that, it belongs to everybody. And that's when you go to, when you go to the pharmacy or the doctor at Suva Private or whatever, they ask you, do you want the branded or the generic? The generic usually comes from India, and it's cheaper. It's the same medicine as the branded, but they make it without the brand. And with the generics are made after the brand owner's patent has run out. Those people are taking advantage of the specifications that were revealed in the patent. So that's an example of that. Patents, okay, this is directed at the audience that used to come in the last few years. And in the last few years, we had a lot of fashion people in this audience. So, and that's why this says patents don't protect artistic creations or fashion design. So if you're a designer, t-shirt maker, print maker, patents are not for you. For the fashion industry, they're relevant only for things like where you invent a new kind of zip or a new sort of buckle or something like that, an article. Patents must have a utility, they must be new. You can't get a patent if you've published your invention anywhere else. You have to keep it a secret until you apply for your patent. In Fiji, the law is the old 1879 Patents Act. It's a UK one. And what it says is that you can apply for two kinds of patents if you're an inventor. If you have a UK patent, you apply in the UK, you get a patent in the UK, you can come back and register that UK patent within 3 years. Or you can apply for a national patent here. You apply here, it's sent to Australia, they examine it to make sure that it's truly a new invention and that you haven't copied something from somewhere else. And then they tell the Solicitor General, yes, it's new, then he will approve it. It gets advertised for oppositions. If somebody thinks that you've copied their design, they can then write in and say, no, that's my invention. If there's no opposition, you will then get the patent. Okay. And this is Fiji. Patents are limited to Fiji. This is a very old act, and our government has now tabled in Parliament a new patents bill. It hasn't been passed yet, but when it'll probably be passed in the next couple of months, and that will bring in a new, modern kind of patent system. Basically the same principle, but it allows for UK patents will no longer be registered here. You either apply in Fiji, or Fiji has joined the Paris Convention with a whole lot of other countries. So if you apply in Fiji, you can take your patent application to other Paris Convention countries and apply there within 12 months, or people who apply in one of those countries can apply here within 12 months. But where you file a patent, you have to file it in all the countries you want to within that 12 months. Because after that 12 months, it's no longer new. Because it has to be new when you apply. What you can't patent You can't patent something that would be immoral. So your sex toys can't be patented. You can't patent scientific theories and mathematical methods. You can't patent schemes, rules, and methods for doing business. You can't patent methods of diagnosis. And you cannot patent natural substances, even if purified. So you can't patent grog. All right, the next form of intellectual property is called registered designs. And in other countries, not Fiji, there are registered design laws that allow intellectual protection for 2- and 3-dimensional product designs. Okay, so this form of intellectual property protects the appearance of what you've made. You know, so if you designed this, you could register the appearance of this. The way it opens and everything. You're not registering the construction or the way it's made, you're registering the appearance. And this, you can only register if it's new and distinctive, and once you register it, you have the exclusive right to make money from it, to make it or allow others to make it. This can cover things like fabric design or shapes or new clothes, right? But it has to be worth it in terms of the fees. Fiji has, at the moment, the UK Designs Protection Act 1936. It's an old colonial act, and you can only get protection under this act by registering first in the UK, which makes it useless for all of us unless you're designing something that's going to be sold millions and millions and millions of times, like a Fiji water bottle. So at the moment, that's not really relevant to us. But again, in the package that's now before Parliament, we are finally getting our own Registered Designs Act. And that is going to be passed sometime this year. But even when passed, we don't know when it will actually come into operation, because Parliament will have to pass it first. At the moment, there's no government department trained to do registered design, so they'll have to train and set up the system and the machinery, but it'll be on its way. It's on its way. Okay, if you, under the new legislation, if you create a design, so this is practical for many of you, if you're doing fabric design or clothing design, there'll be a fee. So you have to be making enough of this product to make it worth registering, right? But if you design something that's 2-dimensional or 3-dimensional, once the act is passed and comes in, you can apply to the Solicitor General for registration. You're entitled to registration only if your design is new or original. Your protection is for 5 years initially, but you can renew it for another 5. And there's an international convention for designs, which means all the countries that sign that convention will cooperate with each other. So once Fiji signs the international convention, if you design in Fiji, you can re-register in another convention country, or those people from those countries can register here. It's cooperation. And once you apply for here for registration of your design, the commissioner will do his own research to see if there's anything out there that's similar to your design. If he thinks it's original, he will register it. If somebody else thinks that you've stolen their design, they can apply to him to cancel your registration. All right, that's registered designs. The third form of intellectual property, and this is one most of you will have heard about, especially the older people from the video and DVD generation, the pre-Netflix generation, is copyright. And copyright protects your expression of ideas. And copyright applies to written works. You know, so anything that you write is subject to copyright, like whether it's a book, a poem, words to music, a telephone directory, a pamphlet, an ad, anything that has words that you have put together from your thought is subject to copyright. Similarly, any music that you write is subject to copyright. Any artistic creation is subject to copyright. And artistic creation doesn't mean just beautiful paintings. It's anything that is made graphically. You know, so even your sketches, your pamphlet, anything that you draw, that can be copyrighted. Okay? And copyright, you don't register. Copyright automatically applies to your creation if you are the original creator of it. If you make this piece of work, whether it's writing, music, drawing, film, video, stage performance, the moment you create it, if it is original, copyright exists in it. If you work for somebody, like they pay you, like all of those people who work for Jack's, who make the t-shirts and the fabric or whatever, usually the law will treat their creations as belonging to Jack's. Unless they make a special agreement with their boss that whatever I create belongs to me. Just like at USP, if you were busy creating textbooks or papers or whatever, if you're paid by USP to do it, USP will own the copyright. Unless you have a special agreement with USP that you will retain the copyright. So in your businesses, copyright will apply to most of your businesses if you are creating anything in writing, like a pamphlet, advertisement, or if you're creating any fabric prints, or any images, original ones, and if you're paying staff to create it, you're best advised to work out and let them know that if you're paying them, whatever you create, doll, that's mine. You know, and you need my permission to use it. It's also, copyright also goes to photographs, because those are artistic works. So I take photographs. When I take a photograph of people, the people in the photograph always think that that photo belongs to them. Sengambunene, it belongs to me. Because I created that work. You might be in the photograph, but you didn't create the photograph. And unfortunately, I take pictures of strangers on the street and I put them on my Facebook page. It's just my hobby. But usually, my photos of the people, strangers to me or people I know, are usually the nicest, most recent pictures of some people who don't take a lot of photos of themselves. So I also work for Fiji Times. And Fiji Times gets advertisements. And Fiji Times, as a publisher, can't publish photographs taken by other people because that's a breach of their copyright without the permission. So sometimes we have to check things for Fiji Times, like we check their stories, we check their ads, and then I see these death notices, and I look and say, that's my photo. But, you know, I can't say anything, but that just goes to show that people assume that photos are everybody's, but whereas they belong to the person who took them, or the person who paid the photographer to take them. See, I've taken plenty photos of Mr. Vanish sitting there at fashion shows. He thinks he owns those photos. No. All right, so copyright is protected by Fiji Copyright Act 1999. Until this year, it was our most recent, most modern IP law, and I've explained all about it, all of that. See, it also covers photos. I took that photo of the beautiful Maramani Wasaliwa there. Okay, and copyright only applies to original works. If you copy someone else's work, even as a joke or even as a parody, it would not be copyright protected unless it was sufficiently original. So here, if you look at this here, the North Face, that is a famous brand overseas. And so somebody has made a parody of it and called it the South Butt. The second one would probably be copyrighted. The bottom one would probably have its own copyright because it's sufficiently different to the top. There is no similarity. Only the idea is similar, but the visual is different. An interesting case arose here, and I don't have it on my thing. How many of you are old enough to remember or might have seen the video of a movie from the 1970s called The Godfather? And the poster for The Godfather is a black image with the photo of Marlon Brando, who was the Godfather character, with the title, The Godfather. Are you familiar with that image? Well, a local t-shirt company, which happened to be owned by my brother-in-law, designed a t-shirt using that basic image and changed the title to The Grogfather. And this t-shirt, because his business was a cottage business and they were just selling from the internet, you know, because they didn't have a shop or production, small production. And it was quite popular amongst his friends and their circle. Another big local business, retail business, with shops all over Fiji, somebody on their design team copied the t-shirt. And the t-shirt became popular through their stores because they have big retail ability. My brother-in-law was unable to stop them because the bulk of the image didn't belong to him. The bulk of the image was the Marlon Brando face, the word the, and father. He didn't do that. All he added was grog. So that's an illustration of how copyright can and can't protect you. Okay, if you have copyright, like I say, you don't need to register it. It lasts for 50 years, only 50 years, and it protects you. The right of copyright gives you the exclusive right to print, to copy, and to sell your work. And what you can do and what copyright owners do is they license others. That's how you make your money. You license others to use your work. So people who write a song will license Beyonce to record it, provided she pays them 10 cents from every whatever. They license her recording company to record and sell the record. And then it goes. And then with music, you also have the exclusive right to broadcast it. So the radio and television have to pay you a royalty every time they play it. Did you know that every time you go to the bank or to any business where they're playing music, they have to pay the songwriter, the musicians, and the record company a royalty. And that's what organizations like FIPRA in Fiji, that's a convenient way to collect and pay. So FIPRA charges these places an annual fee or a monthly fee on behalf of the songwriters for all the music. So all the songwriters don't get exactly how many times their song is played. They all get a share. You know, like they just average it out. But so that's how copyright works. All right. If somebody breaches your copyright, you send them a cease and desist letter. You can sue them for injunction damages. You can seize their goods. If the breach is overseas, you can advise customs there to seize their goods, but enforcement is expensive. And I'm talking here about protecting your rights. But remember, these things also apply backwards if you copy somebody else's work. They can stop you, right? Because we all like to copy because it's easy. But, you know, like people can stop you if you get too successful. Okay? These are 10 myths. We've talked about it. Okay, like on Facebook, for example. Okay, for your businesses, this is where it works. You might want to promote your business on Facebook. It's cheap. It's the cheapest, most effective way to promote it. Or on Instagram. Okay, so you will create a Facebook page. From time to time, you may create Facebook posts. When you do that, you must make sure you're not stealing other people's photographs or copying other people's wording to promote your business, because you may then breach copyright and they may then sue you. If it's a Facebook post and you have to take it down because you're breaching somebody's copyright, that's inconvenient and embarrassing, but it's easy to do. But if you copy and put it on your pamphlets and you spend $1,000 making those pamphlets, you'll have to throw that away. You know, and you waste your money. If you copy and put it on your packaging, and you've paid the factory to make all these cardboard boxes for your product, and you get a letter from me telling you, we'll come and we'll demand those things to destroy them. So you may then lose your money. So you need to be very careful. I did a case for, I represented the owners of masseuse. Do you know the massage sandal that you see in the pharmacies? That massage sandal was designed and originally designed by an Australian company. A Fiji company, shoemaker, decided to start making cheap versions of these massage sandals in India or China or somewhere, and package them in a box that was very, very, very similar to the genuine original box, like the same color, the same wording about how it helps your back and your health and your whatever and all of this. And I won in court, not just based on the copying of the sandal, but on the fact that they had breached the copyright of the original owner in those words, and also in the images of the pictures on the box of the shoe and of the body and all of that. So that's an example of a Fiji business that breached copyright and turned out to be quite expensive, because we seized all of their goods, and they had to take all of the boxes off and had to sell the shoes like without packaging, which is not the same thing. You know, like it looks like you put packaging because it puts your price up. The moment you take off the packaging, it looks like factory seconds. Nobody wants to buy it. Or well, not for the same price. Okay, the second last category are trademarks. Trademarks are the things you see in your newspaper every day, and trademarks can be used by your business. Trademarks are your brand, the name of your brand, or images that you use on your products to identify them as yours. Okay, there's many, many trademarks every day. They can be words, letters, drawings, combination. Trademarks are registered in classes and for specific goods. Okay, so for example, I did this case. I'll come back to that later. Okay, wait. Let me give you an example. What's a product that we know well? Levi's. Oh no, what's the name of a jeans? Famous jeans. Lee. Okay, let's take the brand Lee. Lee, the word Lee is a trademark. That's a brand name. Okay? But Lee is known for jeans and maybe t-shirts and other trousers. It's a clothes brand. Trademarks are registered in classes, and classes are classes of goods or services. So there's a class for clothes. So the Lee, people who own the Lee jeans, they will register the Lee jeans in the clothing class. And in the clothing class, they will register, they have to say which goods in that class they want to reserve the right for. So they will say jeans, trousers, t-shirts, shoes, sweaters, shirts. And so their protection will only be for clothing in that class and only for those clothes that they list. But you can then use Lee, to sell ice creams because their Lee is only for that class and that goods. You get it? People think that if you register a brand in anywhere, it will protect you everywhere. That's not true. When you register a trademark, it's only protecting you in the class you register in and for the particular kinds of goods in that class. And if you want wider protection, you have to register in more classes and more goods and cost more money. On the other hand, if you want to copy somebody else's trademark, you will usually be free to do so in another class other than the famous one. Okay, so that's why sometimes you have similar brands belonging to different companies in different classes. You know, so you can have Sunshine Milk, which is a brand, and you can have Sunshine Diapers in another class. But when you buy it, you don't think that the Sunshine Milk comes from the Sunshine Diapers people. You don't think that the Sunshine Diapers comes from the Sunshine Milk. You know, so that's why you can do that. Everywhere else in the world, there's a difference between goods and services. Do you understand the difference? Goods is something you sell. Services are something that you do. Okay? Fiji has a very, very old Trademarks Act. We only, at present, allow for the registration of goods trademarks. There's trademarks that go on goods that we sell. Everywhere else in the world, they can now register for services. So like if you're a law firm, if I were in Australia, I could register Munro Lees for those services. If you're a hotel, like Sheraton, Westin, all of those brands, they're very famous brands, but they are service brands because those are hotels. They sell accommodation. They can't be registered in Fiji as service marks. So here they default register in the paper class, or the food and beverage class, or the toiletries class, because that's what they sell or give in the hotel, but that's not ideal. Overseas, the real protection is in the hotel class. Or if you were a famous shop like David Jones or something, you would register your brand in the retail class. There's now a new trademarks bill in the House with the other two bills, and under that legislation, we will finally be getting service mark class. So once we have a service mark class, then those of you who have businesses giving services, you know, whether it's selling food, selling clothes, repairing washing machines or whatever, who want to register your trademark can do so. At the moment you can't. You can only register if you're selling a product with a brand. Okay, but whether it's worth your while registering your trademark for goods or services depends on how much it costs and how likely it is somebody will copy your name. If you were, like last year when we did this presentation, Pana and Juice Fiji were here. They might want to register because they've got big volumes and they were making money and people might want to copy them. But if your business is called Chess's Pie, oh no, maybe Chess's Hot Dog. And you're only selling it to a few people, because it's such a precious hot dog, you might not want to register it. But if it's a really hot dog, and it's really popular, and somebody might want to pretend that they are Chess's Hot Dog, you might want to register it. Okay, when you register a trademark, you have the exclusive right to use it for 14 years in your class and for your goods. And nobody can use exactly the same trademark or anything substantially similar. So don't think if you're tempted to use somebody else's trademark that you can get away with copying it just by changing one thing. If yours looks similar to the original one, you're going to be stopped. And because you are copying theirs to confuse the public. You wouldn't be doing it if you didn't think the public will be fooled. So the court will stop you. Stop yawning, Chester. Okay, you don't need to register a trademark before you use it. Okay, you all will have trademarks for your business. You don't need to register them. You can use them. But registration will allow you easily to stop other people from using them. And that's why I say, if you're only using your trademark on a small scale and it's not particularly valuable and it's unlikely anybody's going to copy you, it's probably not worth the money registering. But if you want to go big time, then you register. There's certain things that cannot be registered or are very, very difficult to register. And I'll tell you now. You cannot register the word Fiji as part of your trademark without the approval of the Attorney General. And he will not approve. He has only approved it for government-owned entities to use it. You know, like Tourism Fiji or Fiji Airways or something like that. Private businesses that have used Fiji as part of their brand for years, who have tried to register it, we just won't approve. You know, like a hotel, for example, such and such Hotel Fiji, have asked him for approval 2 years ago, still waiting. So if you use the word Fiji in your brand, you're not going to get it approved. If your brand or your trademark has a geographical name in it, it's unlikely to be approved unless you can prove that you've used that brand for so long that the public think that goods are yours, so you should therefore be allowed to register it so that nobody else can confuse the public. You get the point? This is how, and this is all about me, I managed to get this registered. When this brand was devised by Mr. David Gilmore, he called it Fiji. At that time, this law requiring the AG's permission wasn't in force. But the law that you can't register a geographical name was in force. So this was used for 15 years without registration. Okay, because first this business started for him to only start giving water to his guests on Wakaya Island. It was just a in-house small brand. And then he started to market it in the US and it took off. So it became a global brand and something valuable. But it could not be registered because it was a geographical name. The exception is where the name has become, your brand has become so well known by people that when they see it, they automatically think that the product is yours. So that if anybody else is allowed to use it, they will be fooling those people into thinking their product is your product. Get it? So with this, what happened was, 15 years into this, when we were selling millions and millions of this, was when Aqua, what is now called Aqua Pacific, decided to launch their brand. And because this was not registered, they thought they could call it Aqua Fiji. And their bottle was square, the image was very similar. So we went to court and I won the injunction to stop Aqua Pacific from calling their water Aqua Fiji, by proving that if they were allowed to call it Aqua Fiji, the public would pull it out of the fridge thinking it's this when it's that. So on that basis, we won and they were required to change their name to Aqua Pacific. And on that basis, I convinced the ministry to register this to Natural Waters of Viti, because it had become so associated with their product, it was in the interest of the public that it just, yes, be only identified with them. So don't use, moral of that long, long story about myself, is if you're coming up with a brand, you may want to use Fiji, you may want to use geographical names because of the marketing ability, but what will happen is it will become difficult for you to register. And if you become popular, people can copy you. And you can only stop them if you've reached a certain level of marketing. If they start to copy you before you reach that Fiji water name recognition, you can't stop them. So there's a gamble. And that's the problem with Juice Fiji. Juice Fiji uses Fiji. But it's a question, they've only been in the market for 2 years. Does the market yet identify those words only with them? Or what? You know? So there's that. The other thing that you can't register, unless you can prove it's really, really well known, is a descriptive word. And a descriptive word is a word that describes the product or the character of the product. So in the Juice Fiji example, juice is a descriptive word. Because what they're selling is juice. So that also can't be registered without having established a well-known reputation. In this, you couldn't register Fiji water originally until it had been sold millions and millions and millions of times, then we could register it. Okay? So that's the other thing. So what's the process for trademarks? For trademarks, you apply to the Attorney General's office. They look at your application to see whether it meets the law. Is it descriptive, not descriptive, Fiji, not Fiji? If it meets the law, they will accept it, right? But accept it is only letting you through the door. When it's accepted, you then have to advertise it. And those are those ads you see in the paper. And it's open for opposition for 3 months. And opposition allows other people to come forward and say, no, that's descriptive. No, that's a place name. No, they copied mine. No, it's too similar to my mark. And if you oppose, the Attorney General's office is supposed to have a hearing, but we haven't had a qualified hearing officer since 1987, so we haven't had any opposition hearings since 1987. So the ones that are opposed are still sitting there for the past 30 years. But most applications are not opposed. So then after 3 months, if there's no opposition, it just gets registered. Okay, we've got now the third piece that's in the House. There's 3 bills in the House. The third bill is the Trademarks Bill. And what the Trademarks Bill does is modernize our trademarks law. Our current Trademarks Act goes back to 1918. The new one in the House is the modern one. It's roughly the same process, except the classification of goods that we currently use are the old British classifications. Under the new legislation, we'll be moving to what's called the International NIS classifications. Service marks will become registerable for the first time. So those of you who've got a lawnmower business or where you're doing a job, you can register your trademark now for the first time. And the new legislation will allow the Madrid Convention to apply in Fiji. And what the Madrid Convention is, it's an international agreement of countries, and the members of the Madrid Convention, if you're a brand owner, a trademark owner, you can file in one country, and in that country say, I want my application also to go to that country, that country, that country, that country, and that country. And so the country in which you file will send it to all the countries that you tick, but when it gets to those countries, they will process it in accordance with their law. So the Madrid Convention is a convenient way for a brand owner to make one application, but that will then be sent out to other countries that the brand owner picks. And each country has its own fees, of course. And each country, like, for example, somebody in America who comes up with a new brand, let's say Apple. Apple might come up with a new product called I.John. And Apple, because it's a global business, will want to register I.John, the robot, the doll. What kind of doll? In as many markets as they think it will go to. At the moment, outside of the Madrid Convention, before the Madrid Convention, they would have to send a separate application to each country and hire lawyers in each country to file their application. With the Madrid Convention, they can file in their home country, America, and they go down the list and they tick, 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 Fiji and New Zealand, blah, 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 blah. And the Americans send it to Switzerland, the head office of WIPO, And then they send it to all the countries that have been ticked. So it's roughly the same process, except one filing, one lawyer, bastard swine, and then it goes. It's a faster way. So what that means is that international brands will find it easier to register in other countries, which is not good for my business. Bad luck, but such is life. I have to find another business. All right, so that's thing. This is an example of an opposed mark. What do you think of that mark? Do you think it should be registered or not? It's that mark for cosmetic soap and shower gel in class, which class? 48. A lot of people got upset about this mark. But why shouldn't it be registered? You can register hello. Why can't you register Mbula? It's not descriptive. It's not a place name. It's just a word, and that's not even Mbula. What about this? You see, baby mix, if you look at it, you think, oh, no. It's a common word, but common words can be registered, like sunrise, sunshine, hello. Second, baby mix, oh, it's descriptive, but it's not descriptive of those goods, because they're not registering it in food and beverage. They're not registering it for Ningona. They are registering it for paper. You see, so in the paper class, it can be registered. If they'd registered it for grog in the food and beverage class or the herbals class, somebody could oppose it on the basis that it's descriptive of the character of the goods. But in this class, it is okay. But it won't protect their grog product. It'll protect only their paper. All right, the last thing, thank you for your patience, I'm nearly done. I've talked about the various laws in Parliament, written laws, acts that protect IP. But there's also a thing called the common law. And the common law is the law made by the judges over the years. There's no act, it's just what the judges have decided as a principle. And the common law protects brands and get-ups, like appearance of products and names, through an act called passing off, an action called passing off. And you can sue somebody for copying your name or your brand or your get-up. Get-up is the appearance of your product. Even though it's not registered, through passing off, once you can show the court that you have used it for so long that you own the reputation in it, like that appearance in the eyes of the public is yours. This was the way I won the Fiji water. I won in passing off initially, and then was able to use that to get it registered. I proved that this Fiji Natural Waters of VT owned the reputation in this through long and consistent wide use. And you can also make the same claim under the Commerce Commission Act, under the misleading and deceptive conduct provision. And that also requires you to show that you've used it long enough that the public will be confused if somebody else is allowed to use it. They'll confuse their product for your product, their quality for your quality. Okay. And then the last thing, the last way that you can protect your intellectual property, it's not really an intellectual property protection, but it can function this way, is business names and company registration. If you have a business, it's relatively cheap to register your business name. That doesn't stop other people from using your business name, but it stops them from registering the same business name. You know, it gives you a little bit of protection. Or you register a company. Do you know the difference between registering a business name and registering a company? Was that explained to you today? Okay, there's different forms of business, okay? I, John Apted, can sell hot dogs. Or maybe make it roti parcels. I might start a business selling roti parcels. If that's my home business, I will just do it alone. I'll be a sole trader, which means that if something goes wrong and somebody has a claim against me, either because I gave them diarrhea, or I didn't pay for my flour, or I didn't pay my staff, they will sue me, John Apted. And if I don't pay the judgment from the court, they can come and take my car, my house, personal. That's a sole trader. And to operate as a sole trader, I would register a business name under the Business Names Act. It would be John Apted. Or if I had another name like John's Roti Parcels, if that was what I was trading under, I'd register that. But I would be personally liable, and all my savings, all my assets would be available for somebody with a claim against me to come and take if I don't do my part. The second form of business you can have is a partnership where Chese and I will sell his hot dog. We will make an agreement between us called a partnership agreement, which will say who does what, who gets how much money, how we make decisions. But with partnership, we will then, it might be called, still called Chese's Hot Dog, but we would register it at government, Chese's Hot Dogs, owned by John and Chese. Oh. Now, if Chese's hot dog hurts somebody, they would sue Chese and me and take my car and Chese's house. But we would both be personally liable. The third form of business entity is a company. And a company, and the reason that most big businesses are companies, is a company is an artificial thing. You form a company. I can form a company that I own myself, or Chese and I can form a company. But if you form a company and you register the company, although you own it, although you control it, although everything that the company does is done by you, the law regards the company as separate to you. So if Chese and I had the company and his hot dog badly injured somebody, they sue the company. They don't sue me and Chese. And if they get a judgment, they can only go to the company's assets. And if the company has no assets, zero mark, my house is safe and Chese's hot dog is safe. You get the difference? So that's why people use companies, because creditors or people claiming from the business can only go to the company's assets, not your personal assets. Banks are used to this. Banks are smart. So banks won't lend to the company unless you give a personal guarantee to the bank. So when you're borrowing money, the bank will get past that. It'll make all of us liable. That's the bank, though. But other people who are buying your lovo pack or who sell you the chickens, they don't take personal guarantees. They're just dealing with the company. And that's the value of a company. But when you have a company, there's certain requirements that you have to meet regularly. You know, you've got to file annual returns. You've got to have annual accounts, an accountant and all of that. So usually it's only worth forming a company if your business is at a certain level. But there is very big advantages of incorporating, because that makes your personal assets safe from the creditors. And that's why some of people who are not in business, they hear about this business going bankrupt, and then they see the owner of the business still has a fancy house, still has a fancy car, still going to the hotel, but you just read that their business went bankrupt. That's because the company went bankrupt. The owner of the company has assets separately, because every year there's a dividend from the company. So that goes to their personal account, or they might have had money anyway. That's the difference. You get it? Any questions? And thank you, Chese. I'm sorry to include you in my stories. What is the time,
Suli,
by the way?
question?
Yeah. Right? Yes, it happens all the time. It happens all the time. What happens then is that person then goes and forms a company and transfers the assets from his sole trader account to his company. And he would do that either, you can structure it many ways. You can do it as your gift to the company, or you could do it as your investment of capital and take shares for the value, or you could take $2 shares and sell, you know, your assets from you to the company with a debt back. You see, the most famous case in company law that established the principle that the company and the shareholder are separate is a famous case called Salomon and Salomon in England, just after companies were invented. And what happened was Mr. Salomon was just like what you're talking about. He was, I think, a shoemaker or something. And he was a sole trader, reasonably successful. And let's say his assets as a sole trader were worth £100 back then, in the 1800s. He formed a company. He sold his assets worth £100 to his company. Okay? But his company didn't have money yet to pay him, because it had just started. So in the company's books, the company owed him the £100. Okay? His company was not successful. And somebody sued him. Somebody sued him personally for the assets that he had transferred. And the court said no, because they sued the company for the assets that he had transferred, you know, saying he hasn't paid for those assets. And the court said no, the company is different from him. Even though he gave it to the company and hasn't been paid yet, in the company's book, there's a credit for that. So that sale is done. So to answer your question, yes, it can be done. It's often done, but you have to decide how you're going to structure it. Oh yes, there's always fees. There's always fees. Government has got to collect fees to pay for its registries and its services. There's fees. So these are the things you need to work out whether it's worth it, whether the cost is worth the benefit that you are hoping to get. And like I say, it depends on the scale of your business and the risk. You know, if you're small and you're only borrowing small amounts of money and trading small, it doesn't matter. Not worth it. But if you have visions of going larger, where you're borrowing and you may be, not just borrowing, you may be buying goods on credit for a large amount, or whatever you sell or whatever you do may cause other people big harm that they can sue you for, then it's worth it. You know, like it's about risk. Okay, any other questions? Sorry, what does that mean? That's too vague for me. Like for what? Like what do you... So you're a graphic designer, yes. Okay, normally if you do a design for Pacifica and they pay you for it, it's implied that that belongs to Pacifica. Unless in your agreement with them, you say with them, I will do the design for you, you can use it, but I retain the copyright in writing. But that's very difficult because they won't want to agree, because every time, if you did that, every time they use the design, they've got to get your permission. And that's too hard. So they'll say, forget it, we'll go to somebody else who will do the work and give us the copyright. But it's up to you what you agree, you know, as between each other.
Last question.
Gori, ni temo demanda.
Right?
My dear friend from Fiji Television. Yes. Yes. No. If they sue your company and there's no money, they will apply to wind up your company. And what that means is that if your company can't pay its debts, they can get an order from the court that your company be wound up, liquidated. So once that order is made, the official receiver comes and takes over everything and sells it. Yes, your money in your account is safe. They can only, that's why you register the company. They can only come and take what is in the name of the company. Yeah. But if you have borrowed from the company, you know, and in the company's books, like the company was making money and you used some of that money for your personal things, so you can take money from your company in two ways, right? You can pay a dividend, where the company shares its profits with you, the shareholder. If the company pays you a dividend, that's your money, not the company's anymore. Or a lot of people who own companies, if the company is full of money, they might borrow the money because the money is sitting there. So why would you go to the bank and pay interest from the bank if you can borrow it from your company with no interest? You get it? So some people with companies will borrow money from their company to buy their personal car or to make a payment to the bank to reduce their mortgage, or while their company still got extra funds. So if that happens and you are shown in the company's books as owing money to the company because you borrowed money while the company had some, and the official receiver takes over, he will then go for you to pay the money back. Yes. But only if in the company's books you owe the money you've borrowed. If you got it as dividends, or you got the money from your job or from another company, they can't touch it. Sorry? No, if you have a sole trader business, it doesn't matter how many bank accounts you have. You'll still have to pay all the debts. If you form a company, only the company is liable for the debts. Yes, but that is only if you have a company. You know, so if you don't form a company and you are a sole trader or a partnership, it doesn't matter how many bank accounts you have. If you owe the money, doll, you owe the money. All right, and last question.
Asi?
Oh, there's no advantage of PTE. What it is that under the New Companies Act, there's different levels of companies, right? You can have a public company, a medium-sized company, or a private company. So if you're a private company, you have to use PTE to show the world that's the kind of company that you are. Mm-hmm. Because the law has required it now. That's a new requirement. There's new classes of companies. There's public company, medium-sized company, and small private. So if you're in this category, you have to change your name to put PTE so that the world, when they're dealing with you, knows that you're a small shareholding company, you're a private company. You're not a big public company, that you only got so many shareholders. It's just to show the world what kind of company you are. That's a new requirement. Doll, you always have to pay tax. Can't run away from tax. In the old days, people used to run away from tax all the time. I never did. But, no, seriously, I always pay my taxes. But now it's increasingly impossible to run away from taxes because of the IT linkages. Everything is linked. You know, and the law has given the Inland Revenue more and more powers to access your information elsewhere. So they have computers that match it all up. Like in the old days where it was on pieces of paper, what was in that file over there can't be matched to this file. And the civil servant sitting here not going to stand up and go over there. And I'm not making fun of civil servants. I was a civil servant for 15 years. I know that you don't stand up and get the file. Not when you're on the phone. Now they're playing cards on the computer, but it's okay. So it's impossible to get away with avoiding tax. Yes, small businesses have a greater ability to get away without paying tax because you're informal. You know, there's not that many records. But if you get, the more successful you become, regardless of whether you're a sole trader or a company, they will get you. You know, because as soon as you start importing, they'll see what you're getting from customs. Soon as you start at a certain level, you've got to pay VAT. So then they'll start getting your VAT records in the Inland Revenue section. And they'll be like, how come you're paying VAT and you're not paying tax? You know, like, they just match.
All right.
Last question from the gentleman with the matching hair. Yes. Yes, you start another company. You start another company. In more efficient countries, like our law says, that when your company goes bankrupt, and if the directors are to blame, you know, like the directors either were reckless in the way they managed the company or paid money, the company's office can prosecute the directors, and if they prosecute the directors, those people cannot be directors of another company ever again. In Fiji, nobody does that. We don't have the ability in the company's office to investigate and prosecute. The extent of their ability, given our resources, is only to liquidate. So effectively, if you were a shareholder and a director of a company that went bankrupt and was liquidated, you can start another company. You don't have to pay, you just start another company, but you'll need money to start the other company. You know, how are you going to buy the car, buy the whatever, factory? All right, thank you very much, everybody.
Right, a round of applause to John Apted. Thank you, John. All right, we'll just invite our... we have only about 20 to 30 minutes left, right, just to put you through our last presentation. We will just invite Benyami, our trainer, to please come down slowly, right, just to take us through this, these last 30 minutes before we break off for the day, yeah? Okay, I know you've been waiting, and probably you might just like to stand up and stretch a bit, little bit, right? I don't know if CJ, if the coffee people are still outside, you can just go outside and have a coffee, right? This is our last session. It might take about 20 to 30 minutes. Okay, someone has lost the key. Please, if you own this key, right, we realize that you don't want to be shut out outside of your house. If this is a house key or, right, or car keys, please come forward to claim your key. All right. Okay, just remember to bring your jackets tomorrow, eh? Because this room, you might freeze up, eh? Yeah. Because for 3 and 4 hours, it's very, very cold, eh? So tomorrow, please bring your jackets, eh? Right, we will be posting one question for those of you who have smartphones and are actually able to, to see the app, for a chance to win yourself a gift tonight, after Benny does his presentation. Oh, you beautiful. Yeah? Oh, yeah, okay. Okay, we have another guest speaker. They're called medium, small, and micro enterprise. Right, and they will be giving out grants to people who actually apply through their program. So it is really relevant for us here, as people who are actually part of this workshop, to actually learn of the various grants that are available. Right, so come Friday or even Thursday or even tomorrow, when we work on the business plan side of things, you can actually know where your business is actually heading towards, and which grant is actually relevant to the establishment of your small business if it has not been established. All right, so we got medium, small, and micro enterprise section that's going to do just a little a presentation, maybe about 10 minutes, and they're going to be based outside as well. Come tomorrow, right? For people who are actually interested in applying for funding, to kickstart your business or to actually start another new business. All right, so. Where are they? Okay, they're coming just after Benny's presentation, Meriniaga na nonda kela ko ini kesa de kela tuku bina puno ala kina nonda kere, Yeah. Tolo sa taparu tianingo.
Okay, bulare. Okay, in case you missed it yesterday, this is part of a recap session on what we have learned yesterday. Just a quick one. Okay. A word or two or a phrase. Okay. Maybe you can just share a bit on that, so that it gives a feedback to us that you have learned something. You want to make me feel happy? I was standing down there, up there. I had my legs tight, too tight, standing there all day. So make me happy. Okay. There's no harm, there's no wrong or right answers. Okay? Yes. Can we have a mic here, please? Please, a mic here, please. Yeah. Can you say it all? Okay.
Better,
Over to
faster,
you.
and cheaper.
Come again?
Better, faster, and cheaper.
What does it mean?
You creating a disruption in the market.
Disrupt the market?
Yeah.
Right.
You have a competitive advantage.
Competitive
over your
advantage
others.
over your
Yeah,
competitors.
competitor.
Good, thank you. Give a hand of applause, please. Good. Anybody else? This row? It's a recap, sir. Recap on what we have learned yesterday. Yes, come on. One or two words or a phrase, or even an explanation. Disrupt. What does disrupt mean? Right, disrupt the what? The market. Right, good. And base yourself with those three things. Okay? Better, faster, and cheap. Good. Thank you. Anything else, Master? Change and transformation. Good. And it is aligned with our theme. Yes or no? Yes? You have to be an agent of change yourself. Then you'll change the world. Yes or no? Yes. Keep that in mind. Next. Mindset of an entrepreneur. Okay? Can you give me one, please? Read on a daily basis. Hands up those who read on a daily basis. Good, thank you. Okay, what do you like reading about? Facebook? Documentaries and all? Good. Okay? Good. But don't stay up all 24 hours with Facebook. Okay. Thank you. We'll move on. Yeah. Speak up, please. Entrepreneur thinking. Can you give me one? Come again?
Go through it.
Go through it.
Go around it.
Go around it.
Go another way.
Go another way.
Go above it.
Go above it.
Go fight it.
Bite it.
Bite
Bite the
it.
what?
Bite the bullet.
Bite the bullet. Okay. Shall we move on or? Move on? It means you know it all. Yes? Okay. Business ethics. Can anyone tell me in one word or two the meaning of this word ethics? Anybody? No? Teachers? Accountability? Good. Your habits? Yeah, just knowing what to say wrong or right. Okay? Just understanding that. Okay? And all of this, okay? All of this, okay? All of these ethics, okay? The reflection will come from your customers. Yes or no? They'll tell you, you're not honest. Yes? Have you come across any situation as such where a customer tells of a business owner? Yes or no? You're not honest. Do you want that to happen to you? No? So don't do that. Okay? Protection. Are you protecting your customers? Or are you stealing them? Or are you stealing them? Stealing from them. Okay? Do you come across any situation as such? Yes? Yes. Okay? Many small and big businesses, they have stolen and ripped customers. Okay? Customers, they will tell you, hey, you're ripping me off. Yeah? If you want your feedback about your business, ask your customers. Just ask them. They'll simply tell you. Okay? Integrity. What is integrity? Huh? Anybody? What is integrity? Honesty. Yeah? It is similar to honesty. Okay? It's all based on what customers say. Okay? And from there, you try and straighten your way or path. Okay? Or try and conduct yourself in such a way which is right to the public or the customers. Decisions. You make your decisions. Who will force you to make the decisions? No one? No one? The customers. Come on. Well, you can be selling one brand when 90% of the villages, they want this brand. So you'll be basing your decisions and or your customers' choice. Relationships, strengthen your relationships with your customers. Okay? Yes? Yes. You strengthen that, you'll have a successful business. You'll build a successful business. Regulations. If you're not following regulations, as Mr. Apted has alluded on, okay, what will happen? Who will pinpoint you? Customers. Okay? So, ladies and gentlemen, ethics is very, very important. Okay? Commitment. Okay? At 6 o'clock, you open your shop at 8 and you close early at 3 in the afternoon. Are you showing commitment? Okay? Behavior. Your behavior towards your customers. They will tell you. Okay? This one has been chasing us from the shop. Yeah? Yeah? And how can we buy? Okay? Lako. Okay? Move away from my compound. Okay? So don't allow that. Trust. You trust in your customers. Okay? Always trust your customers that they'll pay their debts on time. Okay? And customers are there for you. And they are the ones that are providing money to you. Okay? And they are the ones who are buying stuff from you. Okay? So, all these ethics are reflected from your customers. Okay? So, they are the mirrors. Yeah, they are your mirrors. Okay? If they talk to you try and respect them. If they tell you this, try and follow it. Okay? Otherwise, you lose your customer. Pay attention to your customers. Value them. Okay? I would love to see a suggestion box. Where? Inside the shop. Okay? Or maybe a page, social page, where you have feedbacks from your customers. Okay? Commenting, oh, he has done well. I just need to improve on that. Can you put some more salt? Can you put some more sugar? Okay? And as I've shared yesterday, try to accept criticism and feedbacks. Okay? They will help you. They will make you stronger. They will make you better. Yes? Right. Never talk price with your customer, talk value. What does that mean? Can you have an example? Give me an example. What's your name, girl? Dora? Dorothy. You run a business? What business? Online business? How much do you charge in your business? How much do you charge? Depends. Okay, just give a value. Imports? $20? Okay, a person from a village will not be able to pay for that. Can you decrease that to $4? Can't? Why? Bankrupt? Something cheaper? So I'm trying to shift the anchor from price to value. Okay? And then I can, which is a good case study to begin with and share. Eh? Yes or no? Right. Customers are loyal, are not loyal. I believe if marketing people are here, they will be against me. Yes? Yeah, my marketing officer is there. Yes, they are not loyal. And marketers, they say that they are loyal. They're not loyal. They do things out of habit. They're habitual. Okay? They buy a dress out of habit. Yes or no? Yes. And don't say from now on that this is not on. Okay? Not being loyal. They are not loyal. Okay? You cannot, they are not paid for that. Yes? They are not paid for. So if you are paying them, then they'll be loyal. Customers choose to go based on these three resources. Okay? First, if it saves time for them, okay, that's one. Next, if it saves energy, and the last one, if it saves resources. Okay? Once you allow them to get all these resources saved, okay, you are already have win them. Okay? And you have another customer in your basket. Okay? Yes? Once you save them time, okay, people now don't want to run a long way and buy things. Okay? They don't want to lose their energy. Okay? To travel 1 kilometer or so. And they don't want to waste their money. And resources is, money is resources. Time is resources, okay? If you save them all these three resources, you win them, okay? Happy customers, I think that's the ultimate aim, okay? Bottom line of all the businesses, to make our customers happy, okay? How about in cases where you see some businessmen or self-employed people, okay, chasing their customers, okay? That's a very bad thing to do, yes or no? Once you lose one customer, what will happen? The word of mouth that, hey, that business shop or that shop owner is not good. Okay? He's chasing us. Okay? So, fellow friends, please don't do that. Okay? Just requesting, don't do that. We live in a business ecosystem. It's similar to a network. Okay? So we need each other or one another's support, advice. There are mentors there. There are business advisors there. The ministry is there. Okay? And other NGOs. Okay? We support one another. Okay? So no one is an island, please. Okay? Always seek information on any advice to progress your business. You have to be a game changer. Okay? You yourself have to be a game changer. What does that mean? Playmaker? What does that mean? You're the one who have to change the game plan. Okay? No one else will change it. You are the one. Just point to yourself. You are the one. Okay? Look after your business well. I think this is one of the best phrases that I want to promote here. And I will leave you with this, and it will take you a long way as you upskill yourself and receive information in this 1 week long program. How? You have to acquire all those business skills. Okay? Mr. Apted mentioned this. Okay? Where are the rest? Okay? So those are the, if you are lacking in any of the skills, please try and equip yourself. Okay? We have trainings offered at the Cooperative College on business management and administration, and with BLP. BLP, one of the NGOs that are also offering business development and training. Okay? If you are lacking in any of the skills, okay, you can also organize a training in groups. Okay? If you are interested. Should be continually done a SWOT analysis. Have you seen this? Yes? What does it mean? Strength, weakness, opportunities, threat. Okay? It should be done often, continually. Okay? Non-stop. At least once a month. Okay? Your strength, we can nangol men koro strength, no muburi ni kaukoa. Weakness, no mumalmalumu. Na opportunities, na wanuae, tandola chigubei ko ranyo tosukina. Threat, ririko. Okay? Namambal ririko. So nalenga rani basika, rani talara kan nunggu bisnis. Come again? Yeah. Care about you can. Thank you. Say no. Say no. So she's giving us an example, most of the Fijian culture, there's a tradition, there's a norm that we care, yes? So don't allow that, That's one of the threats, Okay, a strength in a business, a strength can be, well, let's take, for example, a business. Can you give a business, please? An example of business? Piggery? Okay, what's the strength for business of a piggery business? Come on. Customers? Strength? Yes. There are more buyers, There are more customers who are buying meat, pork meat. Good. A weakness? Quality. Good. Weakness? Come again? Not eaten by everybody. Good. Right. Right. Some are health conscious, and they are not eating those. Good. Opportunities? You have a big market out there. Yes? Good. A threat? Come again? Sickness? What kind of sickness? Give me the name. Okay, let's move on. Okay, we're living in a COVID world, okay? You can see all those images about COVID, okay? Saying sorry, no location, temporarily closed, okay? What does that say to you? Okay? It's happening here right now in Fiji. And why you are sitting here? Okay? New faces. Why? Okay? Venture into other businesses. Before, you did not venture into other businesses. Yes? Right. Why? Because of the current situation. Okay? Lesson to learn during this trying time, not to be over committed. Okay? Not to be over committed, please. You have to look after your family with the business, prioritize. Okay? Not to be too busy with your business, but you're not feeding the family. Okay? Have investments. Okay? Another investment, you invest your money with whatever financial institution that we have in Fiji. Don't enjoy now because you'll suffer later. Okay? Yes? That's one of my famous saying. Don't enjoy now or else you'll suffer later. Then that means you have to put a sum of money aside on rainy days. Save you in rainy days. Have reserve funds. That's why I asked, who's that lady? What does the reserve fund mean? Why viti? Ilawon isa sambai. Nanguna dapa? Ano vem ngona da. Ngona da da ba. Ngona da o sa staff sar chungango. Okay? So have you ever kept aside a portion of your profit to cater for you in rainy days, on rainy days? No, eh? Yes? So try, please work on that. Work smart, okay? Everybody knows what is work smart. Budget money, you have to budget your money. If you haven't been budgeting your money, please do that. Shopping list. I'm sure most of us have a lot of money. That's why they don't prepare a shopping list. Hands up those who prepare a shopping list. Hands up. Good. Why? Maram live itaw. Sabu? Okay. Why do you prepare a shopping list? Huh? Speak up, please. No overspending. Thank you. Okay, I'll just choose the interactive sessions, questions. I'll just choose one. Okay? Does growth matter? Why? Who said yes? Who said yes? Don't be scared. Yeah. Why? Okay, good. Are you looking only at profit for the future? Expansion? Good. So if you are looking at only profit, is that growth? No. Venture into other businesses. Yeah? Right? Okay. Right. Good. Right. 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 Good. So you have to have other investments. Okay? That means that is growth. How about your employees? How can you make them grow? Huh? Pay, increase the pay. Yeah? Capacity building, training. That's growth. Who are the ones that bring money for you? They're working for your business. Your employees, look after them. Richard Branson said, if you look after your employees, they look after you. They look after your business. If you want a drum or two missing, yeah? Or your house burning, okay. So don't look after them. Okay? That will not be. That's not growth. Eh? So I think that's about all. I'll hand over the mic to my colleague, who is also in the Ministry of Commerce, Trade and Tourism and Transport.
Yeah, just stay with us, because after this we'll be giving out like a free phone. We will be posting out a question onto the app, all right? So those of you who have access to the USP Entrepreneurial app 2021 can actually put in the answers to win yourself a Samsung phone, courtesy of Vodafone Fiji Limited. All right? All right, so we have only about 10 minutes left, right? Just stay with us, Right? Okay, the lady that's just about to speak now is from the from the medium, small, and micro enterprise projects. Okay, these are the people who are actually looking after integrated human resource development program, the YES program. The YES program really means the Young Entrepreneurial Scheme program, and the age, I think the age goes up to about 40 years. Is that right? All right, for people who are in university and have come up with a lot of brilliant ideas to actually go an online business and actually do, want to be involved in something probably entrepreneurial, they can actually apply for funding through the YES program. And then some other programs that they have in store for us today. So we'll just give it a round of applause, please. This is our last session for this evening. Eh?
Hello. Okay. Thank you all. Bula Vinaka, and good evening to you all. My name is Fina. I am the Senior Business Advisory Officer in the MSME unit. That's under the Ministry of Commerce, Trade, Tourism, and Transport. Today, I'm here to present on my team's role, the assistance programs that we provide in the ministry, as well as to highlight some of the government initiatives that we have, as well as the future plans from the MSME Fiji unit. So just a bit of background, what is MSME Fiji? So MSME stands for micro, small, and medium enterprises. So they play a major role in the economy. It represents 90% of the businesses and more than 50% of the employment worldwide. So a study was conducted in 2018 and found out that MSMEs in Fiji contributes 18% of Fiji's gross domestic products, as well as made up of 60% of Fiji's workforce. So what is important to keep in mind is that these numbers are those that are registered. However, when taking into consideration of those that are working or operating in the formal sectors, the numbers would have increased. So recognizing the importance of MSME, the Fijian government through the ministry has established MSME Fiji unit. So therefore, our role here is to provide hand-holding business advisory services, provide training programs, also financial assistance through our number of grant programs, as well as our loan program for the MSMEs in Fiji that I would elaborate further on. So the department also has a monitoring and evaluation team that monitors the implemented programs that we have, such as YES, the Young Entrepreneur Scheme, the National Export Strategies, as well as the Northern Development Program, to name a few. The team also will be looking at creating some policies and research within the team as well. So how do we define MSME? So in December 2019, we had a Small and Micro Development Act that has been repealed. Given that it is 18 years old, it gave us an opportunity to revamp it and modernize the legislation. So therefore, in June 2020, the ministry had a few consultations with private sectors as well as public sectors to derive the new definition of MSMEs. So by way of policy, the new definition was released. So the definition is taking into consideration of the annual sales turnover, as previously we had taken into account of the number of employees. So therefore, the new definition of MSME is micro enterprise with the sales turnover of 0 to 50,000. Small business are considered as 50,001 to 300,000. Medium enterprises are 300,001 to 1.25 million. So based on this new definition, we have about 29,700 MSMEs that are operating right now. Now again, these numbers may have increased given that a number of businesses had formalized themselves, as well as new businesses was registered in order to meet the requirement of the MSME concessional loan program that was rolled out in June. So moving on to our assistance programs. One of the main assistance programs that we have is Young Entrepreneur Scheme. So this initiative is targeted to develop the young business aspiring entrepreneurs with the innovative and unique business idea who is struggling to secure seed funding from financial institutions. So young entrepreneurs between the age of 18 to 40 years old are eligible to apply for a government grant up to 30,000. So the intended purpose of this program is to promote and harness the talent of the young Fijians to become job creators rather than job seekers. So this program was initiated in 2017 and has assisted 10 aspiring entrepreneurs. One of the entrepreneurs is Krishnil. He has done traffic management essentials. Basically, his business services is to provide reliable traffic data, analyze information, and traffic-related survey services for clients who conduct traffic impact assessment, and other transport studies for residential, commercial, and industrial development. So for this program, the three main components is the innovation, in the sense that the business idea is something a new product or is improving an existing technology. Processing, designing, and marketing to solve problems, as well as to reach new customers that ultimately will increase profit. The second component is uniqueness. Uniqueness in the sense is that something that will make the business one of its kind and potentially grow the business. And lastly, the commercial viability of it. So this, we want to see if the business can grow and can survive. Yeah? So these three main components has to be reflected on the business plan as it shows, as well as the cash flow, as it shows how well you know your business, how well the business idea you want to develop and to apply for. It also shows the risk, the weaknesses, the threats, and the challenges that you will face, and how would you combat it. So based on that, the program, unfortunately, we do not fund operational expenditures. We only fund for capital expenditures. Other programs that we have within the ministry is our national export strategies. So this initiative is to assist existing exporters and those that are on the verge to export. So this was launched in 2006 to stimulate the country's trade and export sector. The grant support businesses who are 51% Fijian owned. And this is aimed to achieve sustainable economic growth by encouraging export, diversification, and value addition. The other program is the Northern Development Program that provides individual equity assistance through a grant to entrepreneurs in the Northern Division. This is a hybrid product whereby the applicant pays 10% deposit to the investment project, and the bank pays 45%, and then the remaining 45% will be funded by the Northern Development Program. So this is essentially to support the businesses in the North. The second last program is IHRDP, Integrated Human Resource Development Program. This program aims to assist the employment creation in the peri-urban and the rural and remote areas in Fiji. Now this program here provides grant supporting of 1/3 and 2/3 basis. Assistance is rendered to assist groups community-based for the improvement of livelihood with the focus of, again, developing and growing our MSMEs. The last program that we have is the MSME concessional loan. So this was opportunity for many businesses, for many people who had possessed a unique skill set and wanting to start a new business. At the same time, it was to also help existing micro, small, and medium businesses who are struggling in the difficult time of COVID. So this is evident through the recent articles that was published on the Fiji Sun. By way of update, the ministry and the 4 assessing bodies had received more than 9,000 applications. To date, about 9,100 at the value of 70.2 million has been assessed, and about more than 5,000 has already received their loan. So From all these 9,000 applications, it was from a different range of sectors, from photography, handicraft, wholesale retail, agro-based businesses, hairdressers, plumbers, electricians, restaurants, and bakeries. So not only do we have the assistance programs, in a nutshell, these are some of the government initiatives that we have and that we are working on. So one of it is the reform of ease of doing business. So basically, registering your business is now a two simple step. First, you would need to register your business name with the Register of Companies, and then you will need to go register your business tax identification number with Fiji Revenue and Customs. Lastly, based on your classification, whether you fall under the low or high risk. So if you fall under the low risk, you can start operating your business. However, within 6 months, you are required to get the statutory requirements such as the National Fire Authority license, OHS, etc. However, if you're in the high category sector, high risk category, you would need to apply for the requirements before you're able to operate. And you would need to apply for these requirements within the 6 months period. So these reforms were implemented in the 1st August 2020. However, other licenses such as hawker's license, roadside food stalls, alcohol license still remain in place. The next government initiative is Love Our Locals campaign. It is an initiative to build consumer confidence and ignite economic activities. So through this initiative, it has provided an opportunity for our micro and small businesses to continue operating. For instance, the agro-based companies, they're able to still supply to the hotels. Musicians, artists are able to showcase their products, showcase their talents. Handicraft vendors are able to sell their products. So we also have the Ministry's trade team that works with the relevant agencies to continue trade negotiations on the virtual platform to open new trade routes and to ensure that we have more lucrative duty concessions for our exporters. And lastly, one of the important aim is we need to build a stronger collaboration with our private sectors. So through our assistance programs, such as the MSME concessional loan, we were able to build a stronger relationship with the Fiji Institute of Accountants, Fiji Commerce and Employment Federation, and Women in Business. Additionally, in the YES program, the selection panel comprises of individuals from private sectors and that come from different sectors of the business. And these mentors, these panel members, will be mentoring and assisting these young entrepreneurs who apply for the program. Lastly, so as our aim is to encourage more inclusiveness, sustainable development of MSMEs, the team are committed to working on finalizing our legislation in terms of standardizing our definition. Not only that, we are continuing to reform our ease of doing business. For instance, in terms of developing an online system for applications and approvals, and the continuum of modernization of other doing business procedures, as well as building an MSME database. So MSME Fiji will establish a database for MSME to ensure that there are reliable information that will assist in policy recommendations, so such as the building blocks from the concessional loan programs. So to conclude my presentation, the growth of MSME is essential for job creation and income generation, rural development and poverty alleviation, and the empowerment of youth and women. Thank you.
All right, just one question. Can you just go back to your 2 slides at the back, please? Yeah?
Yes. No?
All right, yeah, no, just that one in front? Okay. I just want to ask on the MSME concessional loans that you have, eh? Because I remember this loan that actually came out last year around June, I think it was. All right, you know, just for the benefit of people that are here, How soon can you have that loan? Because currently it's not in operation right now as we speak, eh?
So currently, right now, so basically we had received 9,000 applications. We have finalized 98% of it. We have 2% of 2% left.
Still not
So
finalized yet.
unfortunately, no, not yet. But we are working closely with the assessors to finalize the program.
From June last year. All right. No, I just wanted to find out, just for the benefit of people that are here, they would like to apply for that MSME concessional loan, eh? And I really, would really want to know when you can actually activate that system again.
So in terms of the second phase, unfortunately, I'm not able to confirm that. But again, even if it ever opens again, we would put it on our social media page, go mainstream media. But in this point of time, what you can do is try and build yourself into starting up a business. Maybe find a great business idea, you're ready for it, and if the program ever opens again, you are ready. You have your business registration ready, you have your business team ready, everything is ready on hand, and once it opens again, you're able to lodge it instantly.
All right, and just a second question is directed towards that integrated human resource development program. Like we have a lot of people here from the, from the various villages that we have around Fiji that are here. Do you have the application form for this, or what is the normal criteria for actually applying for the integrated human resource development program?
So basically, it's a community-based program. You just need to be registered. You need to have a business plan, have a business idea.
Individually, one or two?
You can have it as a sole trader, or you can have it as a partnership company or a cooperative as well. Any business entities.
All right, so what would be the maximum amount that you could apply for?
So it would be on a 1/3, 2/3 basis.
1/3, 2/3, eh?
Yes.
Okay, so for instance, like if you're applying for 20,000, you must have the 1/3 already there to actually be eligible.
Upon on the pre-approved stages, then we would inquire. We would like, do you have the funding for the remaining contribution from your end? Yeah.
Okay. Okay, could be. How about an equity part, like you bought, bought some items for that particular project? Could that be counted as a 1/3?
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Any questions?
So the YES scheme, once you release the fund to the eligible applicant, do you have follow-up programs? Like for instance, for Krishnil, for traffic management essential, the traffic has gone from bad to worse. So what does the department has to do with, like, for the applicants once they receive the fund?
Monitoring and evaluation, that is.
Yes, so within the MSME Fiji unit, we do have a monitoring and evaluation unit that monitors closely on the programs that we implement. So they would meet with the recipients, they would have a conversation with them, they would see if they need any certain business advisory and see if how we can assist them further.
Okay. Okay, just for the benefit of this program. Oh, yeah, one question there. Suli?
Sorry. Yes. Yes. So thank you. I believe the tax-free zone incentive is still there. It's basically, I think, from the end of Lautoka to Korovo, I think, yeah.
Yeah, all
I don't
tax-free.
think Nosari is tax-free zone at the moment. I cannot confirm that, but I can get back to you on that bit. In terms of the income tax, it would be 20%. It depends on the level of investment you would have, yeah? Perhaps what I would suggest, maybe if you can just provide me your contact detail, I can get you more information on that. Yes?
All right, any more? No more. Okay, thank you very much, Representative. A round of applause, please. It's Finiasi, isn't it? Eh?
Yes.
All right, thank you, Fini.
No worries.
All right, it's time for our prize. And those of you who have mobile phones, Finiasi, we would like you just to post a question on our app. Just for the benefit of those people who are looking at us right now and would like to take a phone with them, eh? Right, probably a question based on your presentation. Okay. Yes, we have. Yeah.
What question?
All right, I've just posted the question. I've just posted the question. All right. Come on, come on, come on. Ini gusto mga may tabang may na comment eh. Don't kakun tabang may na like. Tabang may na comment o bito may na answer. Not yet, eh? Nobody has sent any comments yet. No. It's under this question here. We've got 3 likes there. We have already 3 likes, but no comments, no answers yet. Well, that's your problem, eh? Those of you who are coming with small phones, remember I told you this morning, right? This is the University of the South Pacific, so, you have to have touchscreen phones because the app is there to assist you. Yeah, that's the reason why we're posting this up on the app, right? Please, come on, answers. Okay, I'm looking at it right now. Hang on. Shit. Loading is so slow. Yeah, app. Really. Yeah. Okay, just look at the first one. Oh, 31 comments is the first one.
If you look at the second one.
Okay, just look at the thing. Okay, we'll just give to Phineasi to select the winner. Just look at the first one. Yeah. Okay, okay, the first one has one answer correct and two wrong. I won't mention the name. Okay, all right. Right, do we have a Vasemada here? Oh, yeah, Va is the winner because she had posted the right answers. Right. Right, the question was, this question was asked by Finasi from the Ministry of Trade. Name 83 programs under the MSME unit. And the answer is National Export Strategy, Northern Development Program, and the Integrated Human Resources Development Program. So a round of applause, please. You just announce it?
What do you mean?
Yeah. Phineas is going to announce the name. Yeah. Selected it, yeah. Again? Second person.
Oh.
No, it's all right. You can just give her the prize and we'll just take it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because the number one was wrong, yeah? The second one.
Yeah.
Okay, just announce it.
Announce what?
Announce what?
Just announce it. The first question was wrong. Oh, yeah, okay. All right, set. There, just take a photo. Really? Thank you. Please, just for your information, tomorrow we start here at 2 p.m. tomorrow, eh? Please, eh? Right, just have your lunch and come. We don't have any refreshments. And please bring your water, eh? As you know, the university is without water for the next 2 days. All right, see you all tomorrow, eh? Yes, another phone tomorrow and another on Thursday and another on Friday, or 2 phones on Friday. Okay?
Attention.